Hello friends, I welcome you in this particular session where we are going to talk about verbal aptitude for your GATE 2026 examination. All the candidates who are joining me live, just quickly confirm your presence in the comment section and tell me whether my audio, visual, everything is clear so that we can start with the session. Just quickly confirm audio, visual, everything is clear so that we can start with the session. So let us set the rule for this particular session so that you and me are on the same platform and we can get the maximum out of this particular session. If you see the verbal ability part of your GATE examination, it carries a weightage of somewhere around 4 to 6 marks. Okay, it depends. Every year it may change also. But somewhere around 4 to 6 marks you may see in this particular section. If you see the total weightage or the total marks of GATE examination, it looks like that it is a very small weightage. It looks like that verbal aptitude is something which we can leave in the hands of God. भगवान जैसा चाहेगा वैसा करेगा, जितना हमें आता है हम करेंगे वरना छोड़ देंगे. But this is a wrong approach. Because in GATE examination, every single mark is going to be extremely important. You must be knowing that even at 1 mark difference, the difference in the rank is very high. So definitely GATE is going to be a purely technical examination. But this particular section, whether it is aptitude, whether it is verbal aptitude, these are icing on the cake. Icing on the cake means if you have done good in technical part and if you get good marks in verbal aptitude also, then you can have a very good rank in your. I will tell you everything. Okay. What is your name? Yes, vlogs, Mushkil vlogs. I will tell you everything. We'll set the rule for this particular session. Okay. So one thing is very clear that you cannot leave verbal aptitude. You have to be ready with this and very less time is there. That is why I have come up with this particular session so that in one session only, you just completely revise verbal aptitude and there is no other resource required as far as GATE examination is concerned. Most of you people might have already seen me. You might already know me. Some of you might be new. So the starting of the session, let us start with my brief introduction. As you can see on the screen, my name is Ashutosh. I have completed my MTech from IIT BHU in 2010. Since then, I have been mentoring many students for various examinations like UPSC, Engineering Services, GATE, PSUs, and many other examinations. Basically, I come from electrical engineering background, but I deal with some of the non-technical subjects like engineering ethics, verbal aptitude, and many other subjects. This is the reason I am taking verbal aptitude. So let us start the important patterns of questions which can be asked in this particular area. If you see the previous year questions, you will see that every year there is a shift. Last year, we have seen that some of the questions were directly related to the vocabulary part. And if you see, out of all the topics which can be asked under verbal aptitude, vocabulary is one of the most tricky pattern, which is very difficult to decode for most of the students. Even for the toppers also, even for the average marks candidates also, and even for the below average marks candidate also. Because vocabulary is something which you cannot build in a very short span of time. So what we will do, I have a complete solution for vocabulary part also. Apart from this, if you see the 2025 GATE examination paper, previous year paper, you will see very straightforward questions were asked that were related to parts of speech. So all these sections we are going to cover in this particular session. The session's duration is going to be somewhere around 4 to 5 hours. Within 4 to 5 hours, we will try to finish all the important patterns which can be asked in your GATE examination. We will discuss one by one topics we are going to discuss, and we will solve the related problems also so that at the same time when you are getting the concept, you get the confidence in terms of solving the question also. Last but not the least, what is going to be the language? In what language we are going to converse? देखो, अगर हम इंग्लिश को हिंदी में पढ़ाएंगे तो इंग्लिश से ज्यादा हिंदी बुरा मान जाएगी। तो इंग्लिश को तो हमें हिंदी में नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए, पहली बात। ये सोल्यूशन हो सकता है कि हम इंग्लिश में पढ़ लें। इट मींस मोस्ट ऑफ आवर डिस्कशन इज गोइंग टू बी इन इंग्लिश, but wherever it is required in terms of explanation, in terms of making you little more confident in that particular area, I will give you explanation in Hindi also. But majority of our discussion is going to be in completely English. Now, I want all the candidates to fill the comment section and tell me, are you ready for this particular session? Everybody tell me in the comment section. Are you ready for this session? Are you ready for the GATE 2026 Maha Revision for Verbal Ability, where we are going to discuss each and every type and pattern of questions which can be asked in GATE 2026? So I think everyone is ready. So before we start, let me just brief you. That how we are going to proceed in this verbal ability part. One of the most fundamental mistake by most of the candidates is the moment they see verbal ability, they start making efforts to improve their English. Let me tell you, verbal ability or verbal aptitude is not about learning the English language. If you want to learn a language or if you want to get expertise in a language, it takes one's lifetime. Even one person's lifetime, whole life is going to be less if he or she wants to prepare or get command over a particular language. Forget about English, even in Hindi also. This is the most fundamental mistake. So let us be very clear that we are not learning English language per se. We are going to learn that how we can solve the different type of patterns in terms of verbal aptitude which can be asked in your GATE 2026 examination. Is it clear? Is it clear, everyone? Okay. So if you see, most of the patterns which are asked in GATE 2026 in terms of spotting error, sentence completion, or whether it is sentence sequencing, jumbled, para-jumbled, reading comprehension, or you can say vocabulary-based questions or analogies. All these types of questions you will be able to handle if you understand the parts of speech. What do we mean when we say parts of speech? For any language, one of the most important building block is a sentence, how you frame a sentence. So let us start with understanding what is a sentence. A sentence is a group of words which has a complete sense or meaning. Let me give you one example. Starting, I will be a little slow. Okay, once we have that synchronization, then we will go a little faster. Don't worry about the speed. Okay, first understand the concept. Suppose I'm giving you a sentence. The bird is flying high in the sky. The bird is flying high in the sky. Let us interrogate every single word in this particular statement. You are saying the. Sir, what is the? The is basically article. Sir, what is article? Articles are those words which give some additional information about the noun or pronoun, you can say, or simply noun, you can say. So it gives some additional information. Additional information. Now, articles can be definite or indefinite. Articles can be definite or indefinite. When we say definite article, so what are the examples? The example of definite article is the. For example, you are saying the bird. The bird means you are very sure which bird you are talking about. It means you are very definite, you are very specific. So this is definite article. Indefinite article means a or an. A or an. Either you are using a or you are using an. Yes or no? So if it is going to be a singular one, then you are using a or an. The usage of a or an depends upon the sound from which your word is going to start. If the word is starting with a vowel sound, then you are using and. Then you are using and. If it is a vowel sound. You are using a if it is a consonant. If the sound is consonant. Is it clear? Tell me in the comment section. Is it clear? The usage of, we'll discuss in detail, a and the. Every single usage we are going to discuss in detail. Are you comfortable with this? That definite article means Ashutosh sir is sticker. I have to remove. Just give me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. For the time being, I will avoid. For the time being, I will avoid. So let me just write it on a different page. Let me write it on a different page so that you understand it. Okay. So we were talking about, now it is clear. Till definite and indefinite it is clear. Okay. Now let's talk about definite article. What is the example? The example is the. When we are using the before a noun, it means we are very specific, very sure, and very clear about it. What particular noun we are talking about? Suppose you are saying the bird. Is it clear? Then we have indefinite article. Indefinite article means when we are not sure. When we are not sure. For example, a or an. Not sure. For example, you are saying the bird. It means you are very sure which bird you are talking about. But if you are saying a bird, it means you are talking about bird, but you are not sure which bird. But you are not sure which bird. You are using an if the word starts with a vowel sound. You are using a if it is a consonant. If it is a consonant sound. Is it clear? Is it clear, everyone? We'll take some examples also and we'll discuss it in quite detail. Don't worry about it. So we have discussed the usage of the. Now let us talk about bird. Now in this sentence, bird is a noun. Sir, what is noun? Noun or pronoun, we call them subject of the sentence. We call them subject of the sentence. Subject is like the hero of the movie. If you see a movie, the whole movie is going to circle around that particular character that you are calling as hero or heroine, whatever you are calling, actor or actress. He or she is the central point of the movie. Similarly, the statement is going to circle around one particular word, and that word is a noun or pronoun that we call as subject of the sentence. Then we have is flying. Now this is verb. Now when we say verb, we have to understand. We'll talk about verb in detail, but when we say verb, you please understand that verb is a word which talks about action or intended action. Intended action. Intended action means actually any action is not there. Suppose thinking or think, that is also a verb. Dreaming, not doing any action, but still it is a verb. So verbs are going to be those words which are related to the actions or the intended actions of the subject. Now, verb you can define as auxiliary verb, or you can define as main verb. When you say main verb, the verb you are defining is actually main verb. Then, sir, what is auxiliary verb? Or it is also called as helping verb. So auxiliary verb or helping verb basically gives you the time stamp. Time stamp. For example, is, am, are, was, were. So these are helping verbs or auxiliary verbs which give you the time stamp, whether it is past, present, or future. It's actually supporting the main verb when that action has happened in the past, present, or in the future. So you are saying the bird is flying. Now you are saying high. Now, sir, what is this word high? If you remove this word and you simply say the bird is flying in the sky, that is also okay. If you are simply saying the bird is flying in the sky, that is also okay. Complete sentence. But if you are saying the bird is flying high in the sky, it means you are giving some additional information. You are modifying a particular word in this statement, and that particular word is flying. So you are modifying the verb. So the words which modify a verb, adverb itself, or adjective, those words we are defining as adverbs. So flying high. So here this word high is basically adverb. Are you getting this? Tell me yes or no. In the sky. In is what? It is a preposition. Sir, what do we mean when we say preposition? Preposition relates the subject with the rest part of the sentence. Are you getting this? Subject is related to the rest part of the sentence with that particular word. That word is preposition. So you are saying the bird is flying high, the sky. So how the flying of the bird is related to sky with this word, that is preposition. So preposition is a word which relates the subject with the rest part of the statement. Again, the is article. The sky, it means you are very clear which part of the sky the bird is flying. And again, sky is going to be a noun. Now you understand each and every word in the statement is going to play a very important, significant role. And they have a very specific usage. And that is what, if you understand, solving questions in the GATE examination will be your left hand's play. Everybody tell me in the comment section, are you able to follow this? Say yes or no. Are you getting this? Say yes or no. Are you getting this? Is it clear? Okay. Now, why I'm saying that sentence is a group of words which gives you a complete sense or meaning, because if you ask any question, you will get the answer. I'm asking who is flying. Do you have the answer? Yes, the bird is flying. What the bird is doing? Sir, bird is flying. How the bird is flying? The bird is flying high. Where the bird is flying? Sir, in the sky. It means if you can get answers to all your questions, then it is a complete sentence. It has a complete meaning. It has a complete sense. I hope it is clear. Now let's proceed and let's talk about the different parts of speech so that you become familiar with these patterns, these frames, how they are going to be used when solving the questions. So we talk about noun. In general, we have already studied in our childhood, in our school, that noun is nothing but words which gives identity to a person, place, or thing. So noun is nothing but identity. Pronoun, words which we are using in place of noun or pronoun. So we are calling them pronoun. Adjective. Adjectives are those words which modify noun or pronoun. This is the difference between adjective and adverb. This is the difference between adjective and adverb. Adjectives are going to modify noun or pronoun, whereas adverbs are going to modify either verb or adverb or adjective. Then we have verb. Now, verbs are going to be those words which give you the action part of the subject or intended action of the subject. I already discussed helping verb, auxiliary verb, and main verb. Is it clear? Adverbs, words which modify verb, adverb, or adjective. Those words we are defining as adverbs. For example, you are saying, the horse runs very fast. The horse runs very fast. If you remove very and you simply write, the horse runs fast. Now, what this word is doing? This word fast is talking about the verb. So this is adverb. And when you are adding very, you are actually modifying the intensity of this word fast, which is adverb. So modifying the intensity of adverb is another adverb. So this is also adverb. This is also adverb. I am deeply grateful. I am deeply grateful to you. If you remove deeply and you simply say, I am grateful to you. Now, being grateful means this is going to be an adjective. And this word deeply, if you remove, you simply say, I am grateful to you. That is also okay. But when you are adding deeply, it means you are intensifying or modifying the intensity. So this word deeply actually modifying the intensity of adjective. So this is adverb. I hope it is clear. Preposition. Those words which talks about the relation of the subject, that is noun or pronoun, with the rest part of the sentence. He wrote the document with a pen. How this pen is related with him writing the document. So that relation is established by preposition. Conjunction. Conjunction means connection, connecting words. So those words which connect two different objects, people, person, place, thing, that we call as conjunction. For example, you are saying Delhi and Mumbai. So and is going to be a conjunction. Delhi and Mumbai are metropolitan cities. He is not only intelligent but also industrious. Industrious means someone who does lot of hard work. Who does lot of hard work. The word industrious is having the root word industry. Industry means physical labor. Suppose a student is doing lot of hard work, physical hard work he or she is doing. So we can use this particular word industrious. Okay. So he is not only intelligent but also industrious. So you are adding two different attributes by using not only but also. So not only but also is conjunction. In the last, we have interjection. Now, interjection, you know, when there is a sudden heavy emotion, maybe good, maybe bad, maybe happy, maybe sad, then we are calling those words as interjection. Interjection you can relate with injection, so that you can remember. So whenever you get injection, you say, oh, ouch, sudden heavy emotion. So those words we are using with the exclamation mark. This is the exclamation mark. You must be knowing this. Alas, he is dead. Lot of pain. Great sadness. Hurrah, we won the series. It's not hurrah. Okay. In Punjabi, if you call it, then you can say hurrah. But that is the wrong pronunciation. Okay. Just to make you understand. It is hara. Hara, we won the series. So it is great happiness you are having because your team has won the series. So these are the parts of speech. Now let us talk about noun. So every single part of speech we are going to discuss, and we'll do the related problems like we talk about noun, pronoun, adjective, verb, adverbs, and that is going to help you to solve the questions, various type of questions or patterns of questions in the GATE examination, whether it is spotting error, sentence completion, or many other types of questions. Is it clear? Ankit, wait. If we go like this now, if I started entertaining the individual questions now, then it will be very difficult to carry forward this particular session because I have so many data, so many content to be delivered in just one class. Okay, and I don't want to waste your time, so I will restrict myself within 4 to 5 hours. I have to complete it. Okay, I will come back to you later on. Then you ask the question, I will give you the answer. Now, we talk about noun. So noun can be having different categories. For example, common noun. Common noun means, so when you represent a class or category with single word, for example, you are saying boy or girl. Now, boy or girl is a common noun because in that category, whosoever is going to be there, they having certain common attributes. You are saying she is a girl. So girl represents a category or class where each member is going to be female. Proper noun. Proper means the definition you have read for noun, the name of the person, place, or thing. So that is the proper noun. Collective noun. When you represent a group, for example, you are saying a herd of cattle is grazing in the field. So there are number of cattle. That group of cattle you are calling with one word, that word is herd. Similarly, for example, you are saying a school of fishes. For a group of fishes, we are using the collective noun school. Okay, a school represents a group of fishes. We say flock of birds. Flock of birds. So the group of birds, we are saying flock. Just to give you some idea, because that may be asked in your vocabulary part. Abstract noun. Abstract noun means something which is not personified. Abstract means something which is intangible. For example, happiness. For example, kindness. Can you show me your happiness? No. Can you show me your kindness? No. Can you show me your honesty? No. So anything which cannot be personified, which is intangible, which you cannot see, which you cannot listen, which you cannot smell, which you cannot taste, which you cannot touch, that is going to be abstract noun. For example, kindness is a virtue. So kindness is abstract noun. Material noun. Material noun represents the quantity or quantum. A material, a metal. The house is built of brick. Now this is one important example. This type of frame can be asked in your GATE examination. Never say bricks. Never say bricks. Never say bricks. Always say brick. Never say hairs. If you are saying hairs, it is wrong. Always say hair. Never say grains. This is wrong. Always say grain. Never say informations. This is wrong. Always say information. Always say information. Always say information. We'll discuss all these important rules, okay? Is it clear, everyone? Say yes or no in the comment section. So let us talk about the important rules related to the usage of noun while framing a sentence. While framing a sentence, okay? The first rule, the proper noun becomes a common noun when it is used in the plural form or when an article is placed before it. It means, common noun means name of the person, place, or thing. If you are using the proper noun or the name of a person, place, or thing in the plural sense, see, in general, proper noun you cannot use in the plural sense. Okay, Delhi is only one, Mumbai is only one, Ashutosh is only one. Are you getting this or not? So if you are using in the plural sense or you are adding the before it, in that case, it becomes a common noun. Common noun means you represent a category or class by using that noun. No, you don't need to remember this rule. Forget about this rule. I'm just giving you a frame or a structure that you can remember and you can easily solve the questions, related questions. Suppose you are saying there are 2 Hitlers in this house. And the question is spotting error. So you don't say that writing Hitlers is wrong because this is not proper noun. When you say there are 2 Hitlers in the house, it means there are 2 people in your house which you are saying they belong to the same category who are dominating or having dictatorship. What is the most important quality of Hitler? Dictatorship. He was a dictator, a dominant figure, a dominant leader. So you are not talking about Hitler. You're talking about that class or category where every member of that group is having dictatorship as the basic quality. So this is not wrong. This is correct. This is not wrong. Similarly, you are saying Kalidas is the Shakespeare of India. Before the name of a person, you are saying da. Generally, da is not added before the name of a person, place, or thing. You never say da Ashutosh. You never say da Mumbai. You never say da India. Are you getting this? If you are using da before proper noun, this is wrong. But here you can use, because you are using it as a common noun. Kalidas is the Shakespeare of India. It means all those people who have better writing skills, you are comparing them or putting them in one category, that is the Shakespeare. I hope it is clear. Rule number 2, collective noun takes a singular verb. Forget about this rule, just remember one logic. सिर्फ एक ही लॉजिक याद रखना, और ये बहुत जगह आपको काम आएगा इसको डिकोड करने में. जब भी किसी ग्रुप की बात की जा रही हो और उस ग्रुप को एज अ यूनिट आप ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमेशा सिंगुलर सेंस में होगा. और जब आप इस ग्रुप को एक यूनिट की तरह ना ट्रीट करके हर एक मेंबर उसमें अकाउंटेबल है, हर एक मेंबर को आप इंक्लूड कर रहे हैं, तो वो क्या हो जाएगा? नॉट एज अ यूनिट. व्हेन इट इज नॉट एज अ यूनिट, देन इट इज प्लूरल. ये लॉजिक बहुत जगह यूज होने वाला है. इट मींस व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट अ ग्रुप and that group is treated as one unit, single unit, then it is singular. So you have to use the singular frame. The noun is going to be singular and the related verb is also going to be singular. Very important. GATE 2025, this type of question was asked. Ankit, it depends upon the usage in that particular statement, that construct. But generally, we don't use the before proper noun. Is it clear? Now, let us see this particular statement. You are saying the committee have taken their seats. Now, please remember the word committee means that there are more than one people. Yes or no? Committee means more than one people. It means it has to be plural. But you please understand, when the committee word is treated as a single unit, suppose you are saying committee is taking a decision. Suppose the same word you are using in this, the committee blank taken the decision. Now you tell me what is going to be the correct word here. The committee has taken or committee have taken? You tell me in the comment section. Tell me in the comment section. What is going to be the correct one? The committee has taken the decision or have taken the decision? Now, when the committee is taking a decision, it means every member of the committee is going to be agree with that particular decision. It means the committee is being treated as one unit. So you are saying has. The committee has taken the decision. But when you say committee have taken their seats, it means each and every member of the committee is going to take their seats. It means all the members of the committee are accounted for. It means it is not just one, there are many. So you are saying have. So you are saying have. Do you understand the difference? The same word being used in two different frames. The simple logic is, if that word is being treated as a single unit, then you are using the singular frame. If it is being treated not as a unit, where every member are discrete, distributed, then it is going to be have. Is it clear? Say yes or no. Next rule. Abstract noun is common noun by placing an article before it. Now please remember, if you get a frame like this in your examination, most of you might be thinking this is wrong. Most of you might be thinking you cannot say a beauty, because beauty is something that you cannot count. So how you are saying a beauty? Yes or no? But the rule says if you are using abstract noun as common noun, then you place article before it. So when you say Sushma is a beauty, it means you are defining beauty as a class or category or a common noun in which Sushma is also belonging. Sushma is also a member, or Sushma falls in that category. So that is not wrong. You don't need to remember this. You just remember that you can use a before beauty, or you remember that you can use articles before abstract noun. Is it clear? Say yes or no. Point number 2 or 1, forget about them. Just remember one thing, that if a word which is having many members, many objects, many things, if that group is being treated as one bundle, one unit, then it is a singular frame. If that bundle or group is discrete, not just one, then it is plural frame. Common sense. Common sense. Use common sense. Abstract noun as collective noun takes a plural verb. Forget about this rule. Just remember this frame. You are saying again the same logic. See, the same logic. Same logic. Youth are the pillars of the nation. Why you are using are? Because you are using youth here to represent a class or category or group where there are so many people. Every person who falls in that category of age bracket, that will be, they will belong to this category youth. It means there are many. Let us check whether we are treating them as one unit or as a discrete one. You are saying youth blank, the pillars of the nation. Now pillars, if this room is going to have 4 pillars, every single pillar has to give their support. Then only this room is going to be stable. It means when you are saying youth, pillars of the nation, it means every single youth is accounted for. It is being treated in a discrete form. So you are using are, you are not saying is. If you are saying youth is the pillars of the nation, this is wrong. Because this is not one unit. I hope you are getting same logic, common sense. Treated as one unit, singular. Treated as in a discrete form, distributed form, then it is plural. Material noun representing mass of the matter, plural form is not used. Suppose you are saying the house, their house is made of bricks and stones. This is wrong. Never say bricks, never say stones in general. There are some exceptional cases where you can say, but most of the time at your level in your examination, that is going to be wrong. The correct one is the house is made of brick and stone. Brick and stone. The same logic I have told you. The moment you see hairs, you understand this is wrong. The correct one is hair. Never say grains, it is always grain. Never say informations, it is always information. Never say advises, it is only advise. Are you getting this? Say yes or no. Let us go to the next rule. Some nouns are used in the singular form only. There are some nouns or words, noun words, which are only used in the singular form. For example, advise. The same logic I have given you. Advise, grain, hair, information. You can never say advices. You can never say grains. You can never say hairs. You can never say informations. Another important trick or trap in your examination. Advise or advise. If it is C, then it is a noun. Very, very important. This is important. Just note it down. Note it down. You may get a question in the GATE examination. You may see a question on this particular concept. If it is C, it is noun. If it is S, it is verb. I hope you are getting this. Suppose I am giving you one statement. The advice of the doctor is that I should not smoke. Now, while writing this statement, the advice is going to be treated as noun. So you are saying C. The spelling is going to have C. But when you say the doctor advised me not to smoke, it means advice is being used as a verb. As a verb, it means it should be S. This differentiation can be asked in your examination. Just take a note of it. Very, very important. Is it clear? Go to the next rule. Similarly, as we say that there are some nouns which are only used in the singular form, similarly, there are some nouns which are only used in the plural form. For example, scissors. Now in our home we say, भैया scissor लेकर आओ. गलत है. Because the scissor has two flakes. So we never say scissor. We always say scissors. Okay? Biceps. When you go to the gym, और आपका भाई पूछता है कि भाई आज जिम में क्या किया था, तो आप बोलते हैं कि आज मैंने बाइसेप लगाया है. बाइसेप. That is wrong. Because bi stands for two, so it is always plural. It is always used in the plural form. So it is always biceps, not bicep. Trousers. Trousers are going to have two portions. So it is never trouser. It is always trousers. It is always trousers. Earnings. So there are certain words which are only used in the plural form. And these frames are very frequently asked in your examination. There are some words which look like plural, but actually they are singular. For example, news, physics, economics. Okay, name of the subjects. And please understand, what is the full form of news? What is the full form of news? North, east, west, south. So news is basically the acronym or the small representation of all the possible four dimensions. Is it clear? Everybody say yes or no. There are certain words which are always used in the plural. For example, cattle, police, people. So never use the singular frame with these words. Cattle, people, police. Very important frame, very frequently asked. Rule number 9. When a plural noun represents the whole, the verb must be in the singular form. Forget about this rule, just one common sense. If it is treated as one unit, then the singular frame is going to be there. You are saying 10,000 rupees. The moment you see rupees, you will say, oh ho, it is plural. It is plural. So we'll use plural verb and we will say 10,000 rupees are a large amount. That is wrong. Because when you say amount, it means you are treating this much money as one unit. One unit means singular, and singular means singular form of the verb. So 10,000 rupees is a large amount. Is it clear? Say yes or no. Very important, and this is also very frequently asked in your examination. आपके एग्जाम में बहुत पूछा जाता है. Rule number 10, possessive noun. Possessive noun, you understand? Possessive noun means ownership. Possessive case. Possessive case means what? Ownership. जैसे आपने सुना होगा कि अक्सर कहा जाता है कि जो भाई होते हैं वो बहन को लेके बहुत पॉजिटिव होते हैं. हमारा जो इंडियन कल्चर है उसमें जो ब्रदर्स होते हैं, ब्रदर्स आर वेरी पॉजिटिव अबाउट देयर सिस्टर्स. ओके, मतलब गर्लफ्रेंड के लिए सब चलता है, लेकिन जब बहन की बात आती है तो ऐसे मत जाओ, वैसे मत जाओ, ये कपड़े मत पहनो, उधर मत खड़े हो, इधर मत बैठो. सो पॉजिटिव वर्ड मींस ओनरशिप. Ownership. For example, you are saying Ram's book. So this apostrophe, this is called apostrophe. This is called apostrophe. It shows the ownership of Ram over this book. The rule says that you should never ever use apostrophe with the inanimate objects. जिनमें जीवन नहीं है वो ओनरशिप नहीं उनको दी जा सकती. जैसे आप लिख रहे हैं टेबल्स लेग, दिस इज रॉन्ग. टेबल क्या है? इनएनिमेट. सो इनएनिमेट थिंग्स कैन नॉट हैव ओनरशिप. आर यू गेटिंग दिस? आर यू गेटिंग दिस? से यस और नो इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. मक्खन खाने को मिल रहा है, मजे मजे में खा जाओ, लेकिन यस और नो तो बोलो बाबू. टेबल्स लेग गलत है, क्या सही है? लेग ऑफ द टेबल. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रेम है, बहुत ज्यादा पूछा जाता है आपके एग्जाम में, इसको ध्यान में रखना. पॉजिटिव केस ओनरशिप विल नेवर इज नेवर गोइंग टू बी यूज्ड फॉर इनएनिमेट ऑब्जेक्ट्स. जिसमें जीवन नहीं है उसको ओनरशिप नहीं दे सकते. रूल नंबर 11, देयर आर सम इनएनिमेट ऑब्जेक्ट्स which can be used in terms of feminine gender or in case of masculine gender. ठीक है, जैसे हम मून की बात करेंगे तो हम उसको एज अ फेमिनिन जेंडर रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं. क्यों? because moon is having Shitalta, represents beauty. Okay. So the traits or the qualities of females are being represented or reflected in moon. That is why we are treating moon as a female gender in the statement. There are some inanimate objects which represent strength, superiority, violence, power. For them, we are using the male gender. For example, sun, death, war. These words are being treated as if they are male. There are some cases where possessive case can be used with the personified objects. Now there is a glitch. अब देखो यहां पर एक ट्रिक है, ट्रैप है. हमने ये सीखा और समझा कि इन एनिमेट चीजों को जिनमें जीवन नहीं है उनको हम ओनरशिप नहीं दे सकते, लेकिन यहां कह रहा है दे सकते हैं अगर हमने उनका पर्सोनिफिकेशन किया हो. इट मींस इफ यू आर ट्रीटिंग समथिंग विच इज इनएनिमेट एज इफ इट इज अ पर्सन, पर्सोनिफिकेशन कर दिया तो वहां यूज कर लेंगे. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यू आर सेइंग डेथ्स आईसी हैंड. नाउ दिस स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट, दिस फ्रेम इज करेक्ट, because you are treating death as a person. You are saying death is having hands, death is having hands. So this case is okay, this is okay, this is not incorrect. When the noun is in the plural form, the possessive case follows. Now very important rule, because in your college life you must be circling around the girls hostel. आपने भी गर्ल्स हॉस्टल के चक्कर एक दो तो लगा ही होंगे, है ना? कितने भी सीधे बालक हों. See, that depends. If you're talking with reference to Earth, then that is wrong because Earth has only one moon. If you're talking about Jupiter, then you may use. If you're talking about Saturn, then you may use. Okay. Now see, whenever you are writing a noun in the plural form, the simple logic, if it is ending with S, then how the apostrophe is placed? Girls' hostel, bird's nest. If the word ends with S, then you are not writing apostrophe and S. It is simple apostrophe. एक comma लगा देना ऊपर वाला. This is the correct way of writing this. Okay. This can also be asked. Rule number 15. Possessive case in the plural form without S. अगर S नहीं है, if the word is not ending with S, then the common apostrophe rule is going to be followed. For example, you are saying men's club, women's day. Many words performing noun, pronoun, possessive case is used for last word. If the subject is going to have number of words, then possessive case will only apply at the last word. For example, you are saying the Prime Minister of India. So you are putting apostrophe on the last word. Okay. When two or more nouns are connected and the possessive case is used, then only it is added to the last noun. Again the same logic. अगर दो nouns को हम connect कर रहे हैं आपस में, तो possessive case हम दोनों में नहीं use करेंगे, सिर्फ last वाले में use करेंगे. We'll only use the apostrophe with the last word. For example, if you are saying Amar and Anil's visit was successful, so we'll use apostrophe only with the last word. Compound noun possessive case is used for the last word. Same rule. Commander-in-Chief's office. Same rule. Common sense. Same rule. Is it clear? Same rule. So these were the important rules for the usage of nouns in the statement. Let us do some questions. You will get the confidence. Okay, we'll go very fast now. If I am very fast, you can stop me. Now see this particular GATE 2025. If you see the previous year paper, GATE 2025 में इस तरीके के दो क्वेश्चन पूछे गए थे. 2 questions were asked out of this particular frame. The strategies that the company blank to sell its products blank house to house marketing. एक ही मंत्र है और वो मंत्र अगर आपको पता है, आप समझते हैं, तो आपसे गलती हो ही नहीं सकती. क्या है मंत्र? There is only one rule and so fundamental, so basic, so common sense based. If you understand it, then you will never do the mistake. For example, the subject plus verb. This is the most basic format of any statement. The verb should always agree और इन एग्रीमेंट विद इट्स सब्जेक्ट। वर्ब हमेशा अपने सब्जेक्ट को फॉलो करेगी। अगर सब्जेक्ट सिंगुलर है तो वर्ब भी सिंगुलर होगी, अगर सब्जेक्ट प्लूरल है तो वर्ब भी प्लूरल होगी। ठीक है, अब एक चीज ध्यान रखना, वर्ब की एक फॉर्म होती है जिसको अगर हमें सिंगुलर में लिखना हो, इफ यू आर राइटिंग वर्ब इन द सिंगुलर फॉर्म, देन वी आर यूजिंग द बेस वर्ब प्लस एस और ईएस। इसको हम बोलते हैं V5, वी कॉल इट V5 फॉर्म ऑफ द वर्ब, जिसमें बेस वर्ब में एस और ईएस ऐड करते हैं तो वो क्या बन जाता है, सिंगुलर फॉर्म बन जाता है। अगर प्लूरल फॉर्म है, अगर हमें वर्ब का प्लूरल फॉर्म लिखना है तो सिंपली हम क्या यूज करते हैं, बेस फॉर्म ऑफ द वर्ब, इसमें एस और ईएस ऐड नहीं करते। बात समझ में आ रही है कि नहीं? नाउन में इसका उल्टा है बाबू, यहीं पर सब गलती करते हैं, नाउन में ही गलती करते हैं। जैसे आपने कहा एप्पल, नाउन में अलग खेल है। आपने कहा एप्पल, इसका मतलब वन एप्पल, बट इफ यू आर सेइंग एप्पल्स, it means more than one. It is more than one. So don't do this mistake in the examination. So I am saying verb will always be in agreement with the subject. So the moment you have to fill the verb, you always check which subject it belongs. You are saying the strategies that the company blank to sell its product. Now this verb is going to be related to this subject company. Because for selling the products, whatever is being done, that is done by the company. So it has, this company is singular, so this verb has to be singular. So it cannot be used, it can be uses, so either A or C. To sell its product blank. Now this verb belongs to this subject, because this verb is talking about the strategies, what these strategies are doing. House to house marketing. Now this strategies word is plural. Because it is plural, so this verb has to be plural. So it has to be include. It has to be include. So A is the correct one. I hope it is clear, everyone. Next question. By giving him last blank of the cake. केक का क्या होता है, पीस। अब यहां पर दो पीस हैं, एक पीस है शांति वाला और एक पीस है पार्ट वाला, टुकड़े वाला। अरे यार ये अजीब आदमी है, कितने आवर्स चलेगी क्लास, इससे तुमको क्या मतलब है, कितने, क्या मतलब मोदी जी से शिकायत कर दोगे क्या जाके? अगर पढ़ना है, मजा आ रहा है तो पढ़ो शांति से। पहले ही बता दिया 4-5 घंटे चलेगी। हम पढ़ रहे हैं गेट 2026, टाइम कम है, हम बात कर रहे हैं, अच्छा भैया चलो वर्ब का एग्रीमेंट देख लें, ये देख लें, पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच। सर कितने घंटे चलेगी क्लास बताइए, सर क्लास बताइए कितने घंटे। अरे यार कॉमन सेंस है यार, बीटेक कर रहे हो, पहले आओ बैठो, थोड़ा जायजा लो, देखो क्या माहौल है। ये तो बिल्कुल फूफा बनने वाली बात हो गई कि ऐसे कुर्सी से आधा ऐसे उठ के बैठे, हाँ जल्दी बताओ क्लास कितनी देर चलेगी, नहीं हम जा रहे हैं। ऐसे थोड़ी होता है यार, लाइफ में फूफा नहीं बनना, मतलब रिश्ते में बन जाना, ऐसे मत बनना। अच्छा सुनो, मजाक कर रहा हूं, गुस्सा मत हो, मजाक कर रहा हूं, थोड़ा सेशन को लाइट लेके चलते हैं, है ना। गुस्सा मत होना रुद्र भाई, तुम्हारे नाम में ही रौद्र रूप है, गुस्सा है, गुस्सा मत होना, दोस्त की तरीके से हंसी मजाक कर रहे हैं, लाइटली लो। चलो अच्छा, 4 से 5 घंटे चलेगी, ठीक है। तो जैसे मैंने बताया, केक का जो पीस होता है वो टुकड़े वाला पीस होता है, वो शांति वाला पीस नहीं होता है। तो शांति वाला पीस तो चला गया, और ये जो पीस लिखा हुआ है ये वो है मटर वाला, मटर। वो एक उस पे मीम चलता है ना कि ठंडक में लोग मटर बहुत खाते हैं, तो आज क्या बना है, मटर, कल क्या बनेगा, मटर, परसों क्या बना था, मटर, ये वो वाला मटर है। तो सारे गलत हो गए, सही क्या बचा, बी, पढ़ने की जरूरत ही नहीं। यही तो करना है एग्जाम में, स्मार्टनेस। काबिलियत की कोई पूछ नहीं इस दुनिया में, बहुत बड़े बड़े काबिल जो हैं वो पड़े हुए हैं, यहां सिर्फ एक चीज चलती है, वो है स्मार्टनेस। जीवन में एक चीज याद रखना, वो बच्चा आगे चल के सबसे ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल होगा जैसे ही केक कटा, हैप्पी बर्थडे, वो वेट नहीं कर रहा है ऐसे कोने में खड़ा होकर कि अब हमसे केक पूछा जाएगा, अब हमसे केक पूछा जाएगा, अब हमसे केक पूछा जाएगा। वो बच्चा क्या करता है, जैसे ही केक कटा गया, उसने झपट्टा मारा, अपने हिस्से का केक लिया और खा लिया। अब उसको तुम डांटो, मारो, कुछ करो, खत्म। क्योंकि उसको पता है कि उसको अपने अधिकार कैसे लेने हैं। ही और शी नोज हाउ टू गेट हिज वर्क डन। और वो बच्चा जो ऐसे खड़ा है, वो ऐसे ही जिंदगी भर खड़ा रहेगा। अब केक मिलेगा, अब केक मिलेगा, अब केक मिलेगा। उसको केक नहीं मिलता जिंदगी भर। तो शैतान बच्चा बनो, लेकिन बड़ी शैतानी मत कर देना। पता चला घर में पिटाई हो रही है, कहा आशुतोष सर ने कहा शैतानी करो। बहरख्याल, so by giving him the last piece of the cake, you will ensure lasting peace in our house today. तो ये वाला जो पीस है, PIECE, ये उस सेक्शन या पार्ट की बात कर रहा है, और जो लास्ट वाला पीस है, ये शांति, कामनेस वाले पीस की बात कर रहा है। आगे बढ़ते हैं। आइडेंटिफाई द करेक्ट यूजेज ऑफ नाउन। तो आपको बताना है कि आउट ऑफ ABCD which option is having the correct usage of noun. Is it clear? Now you see scenery. Scenery understand ना? View. जब हम पहाड़ों में घूमने जाते हैं, उस तरीके से. So there are certain words which are never ever used in the plural sense. For example, you cannot say advices, you cannot say informations, you cannot say hairs, you cannot say grains, you cannot say bricks. You have to say brick, hair, information, advice. Similarly, you cannot say sceneries. The correct usage is the scenery. Now, whether it is or are, it is because it is singular. So B is the correct one. The scenery of this place is amazing. आंसर भी लिख कर लाए हैं। अरे वो पुरानी पीपीटी बनी है यार, मैं ऐसे छुपा दिया करूंगा आंसर, ठीक है? और एक्सप्लेनेशन तो दे ही रहा हूं बाबू, ठीक है? देखो 490 पेज की पीपीटी है। अगर मैंने वो सब कलाकारी करी कि घड़ी, घंटा घर सब ऐसे लगा दिया, तो ये सेशन कंप्लीट नहीं हो पाएगा, ठीक है? और मेरा ये मानना है, एक चाइनीज प्रोवर्ब है, चाइना में एक कहावत है, इफ यू वांट टू किल द रैट, द कलर ऑफ द कैट हार्डली मैटर्स। अगर चूहे को मारना है तो बिल्ली किस रंग की हो ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बिल्ली होनी चाहिए। तो कॉन्सेप्ट समझ लो, अभी कलाकारी करने का समय हमारे पास है नहीं, ठीक है? नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अब देखो वही कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया, शी गेव मी टू एडवाइस। अब ध्यान से देखो, टू एडवाइस। अब देखो सी अगर होता है तो नाउन होता है, और अगर एस होता है ADVISE तो क्या हो जाता है? तो वर्ब हो जाता है। बट हमें यहां कौन सा यूज करना है? हमें नाउन वाला यूज करना है। तो ये तो ठीक है, बट एडवाइजेस नहीं हो सकता, ठीक है? ये नहीं हो सकता। बट इफ यू आर राइटिंग इन दिस फ्रेम पीसेस ऑफ एडवाइस, तो यहां पर आप प्लूरल यूज कर सकते हो। एडवाइजेस नहीं लिख सकते हो, पीसेस ऑफ एडवाइस लिख सकते हो। तो अगर आप कंपेयर करो, ही गेव मी टू एडवाइस, तो उससे बेटर फ्रेम है टू पीसेस ऑफ एडवाइस। So C is going to be the correct one. Is it clear? He has many works to finish. Again, देखो same logic. Now, work is something which you cannot count. Work can you count? No. Work is something you cannot count. It is uncountable. So you cannot write many. See the difference. Many you will always use which you can count. Much you are using which is uncountable. Which is uncountable. This is very important frame. So the moment you say many work, this is wrong. Okay. Much work is okay. He has much, but you cannot write works. You cannot write works because it is uncountable. If something is uncountable, are you getting this? So how you can say that you can write it in the plural form? Something is not into numbers. तो जो नंबर्स में ही नहीं है उसको प्लूरल फॉर्म में कैसे शो करोगे? तो वर्क्स भी गलत हो गया, ठीक है? ही हैज वर्क टू फिनिशेस, ये फिनिशेस भी गलत फ्रेम हो गया। द ओनली पॉसिबल वे इज पीसेस ऑफ वर्क। So B is the correct one. He has many pieces of work to finish today. He has many. इसमें बेटा दोनों चीजें हैं, PYQs भी हैं और प्रैक्टिस वाले भी हैं, ठीक है, कॉन्सेप्ट समझने के लिए भी हैं और PYQs भी हैं, दोनों हैं. यस, अनकाउंटेबल को प्लूरल में नहीं लिख सकते. बात समझ में आ रही है? अरे जो चीज काउंट ही नहीं कर सकते नंबर्स में, उसमें प्लूरल में कैसे लिखोगे बाबू? अब देखो वही कमेटी वाला क्वेश्चन आ गया. जहां ये वर्ड कमेटी मिले, जहां आपको कोई भी कैटेगरी या ग्रुप की बात हो रही हो, वहां सिर्फ एक लॉजिक लगाना, सिर्फ एक लॉजिक. क्या उसको आप एक यूनिट की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे हो? अगर यस तो सिंगुलर फ्रेम है. अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड फॉर्म में डील कर रहे हो तो वहां पर प्लूरल फ्रेम आ जाएगा. देखो कह रहा है द कमेटी एग्रीड ऑन द डिसीजन. अब कमेटी ने एग्री किया मतलब कमेटी के हर एक मेंबर ने हां बोला होगा. इसका मतलब वो एक यूनिट की तरीके से काम कर रही है, और यूनिट की तरीके से काम कर रही है तो सिंगुलर फ्रेम है. सिंगुलर फ्रेम है तो हैज आएगा, हैव नहीं आ सकता. द कमेटी हैज एग्रीड ऑन द डिसीजन. अब देखो वही वाला केस आ गया. ट्राउजर्स, ट्राउजर लिख ही नहीं सकते, सो दिस इज रॉन्ग. और ट्राउजर्स लिखा है तो क्या आ जाएगा? माई ट्राउजर्स आर टॉर्न. ट्राउजर्स के साथ क्या आएगा? टॉर्न. अगर प्लूरल सेंस में यूज कर रहे हैं तो प्लूरल वर्ब की फॉर्म यूज होगी. सो बी इज द करेक्ट वन. नन ऑफ द इक्विपमेंट. अब देखो कॉन्सेप्ट, कॉन्सेप्ट आ गया. कॉन्सेप्ट जैसे ही आपने कहा नन, जैसे ही आपने कहा नाइदर, जैसे ही आपने कहा आइदर, ये हमेशा सिंगुलर फ्रेम में ही यूज होंगे. मतलब अगर कहीं आपको दिख जाता है किसी स्टेटमेंट में नन, नाइदर, आइदर, ये फ्रेम कहीं भी यूज होते हैं तो वहां सिंगुलर केस ही फॉलो होगा. सो नन ऑफ द इक्विपमेंट आपको क्या यूज करना है? सिंगुलर. वर नहीं हो सकता, ये नहीं हो सकता, ये नहीं हो सकता. व्हाट इज द करेक्ट वन? वाज. नन ऑफ द इक्विपमेंट वाज डैमेज्ड. इज इट क्लियर? से यस और नो. ये तो हो चुका है भैया, दोबारा आ गया क्या? ये सब तो हम पढ़ चुके हैं. चलिए, ये तो बात हो गई नाउन की. अब हम बात करेंगे प्रोनाउन की. प्रोनाउन, व्हाट आर प्रोनाउन? प्रोनाउन्स आर दोज वर्ड्स व्हिच आर यूज्ड इन प्लेस ऑफ नाउन और प्रोनाउन. ठीक है, इज इट क्लियर? अब देखो, एक प्रोनाउन है जो सबसे ज्यादा यूज होता है, इट. नाउ दिस प्रोनाउन कैन बी यूज्ड इन डिफरेंट फ्रेम्स. What are the different frames? To introduce a sentence. Sometimes we are using it to initiate the statement. Yes, how? It is not certain that president will come. The actual information is whether president is going to come or not. But to initiate that conversation, we are using it. It is not certain that president will come. This is one usage of it. To emphasize to the noun or pronoun, when you want to put emphasis on a noun or pronoun, then we are using it. It was you who started the argument. So you are putting pressure. It was you who started the argument. For inanimate or impersonal, listen very carefully. If it is male, so for he, you are using his or him. When it is female, the concept मिल रहा है, ले लो इसको. इससे 1000 क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो जाएंगे. ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. जो मैं लिख रहा हूं वो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. गेट में इसी से क्वेश्चन बनेगा. फीमेल मतलब शी, तो यहां आप लिख देते हो हर. बट इफ इट इज इनएनिमेट, नॉट हैविंग लाइफ, then we are using it. If gender is not clear, then we are using their or them. Very, very important rule can be asked this year. Their or them, they are used in the modern English as singular, gender neutral. So whenever in the statement you don't know about the gender, whether it is he or she, then you are using their or them. Then you are using their or them. Are you reading this? Say yes or no. For inanimate or impersonal, for example, it rains. So for rain, we are using it. It rains. Or it's raining. ये देखो सबसे बढ़िया क्वेश्चन भाई ने पूछा, क्या नाम है इसका? हसलर, और नाम भी बहुत अच्छा है, नाम भी बहुत अच्छा है। इसको कोई मतलब नहीं इस दुनिया से, इसको मोक्ष की प्राप्ति हो गई है, कह रहा है मुझे कोई मतलब नहीं है गेट एग्जाम से, मुझे सिर्फ इस क्लास की पीडीएफ चाहिए। तो बेटा पीडीएफ मिलेगी आपको मेरे पर्सनल टेलीग्राम चैनल पे, या जीएफजी के टेलीग्राम चैनल पे, या उससे आसान एक रास्ता है कि आपको जाना पड़ेगा गीक्स फॉर गीक्स की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पे, जहां पर कंटेंट रिसोर्स अवेलेबल है। ठीक है, गेट सेट गो, पता है ना लॉजिक सबको। बाकी सेशंस में जैसे पीडीएफ मिली है वैसे ही इसमें भी मिलेगी। ठीक है, इज इट क्लियर? मैं सेशन के एंड में आपको टेलीग्राम चैनल वगैरह भी दिखा दूंगा, परेशान मत होना। इट इज ऑल्सो यूज टू शो द डिस्टेंस, इट इज नॉट फार टू वॉक। अब देखो डिस्टेंस को दिखाने के लिए भी, डिस्टेंस को रिफ्लेक्ट करने के लिए भी हम क्या यूज कर रहे हैं? इट इज नॉट फार टू वॉक। टू इंडिकेट टाइम, जैसे हमने डिस्टेंस को रिफ्लेक्ट किया वैसे ही टाइम को भी रिफ्लेक्ट करने के लिए, टाइम को भी रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए हम अच्छा फॉर्मूला रिवीजन की, ये मैं आपको पता करके बताता हूं, ये मैं पता करके आपको बताऊंगा। आप क्लास के बाद मुझसे कांटेक्ट करिएगा, क्योंकि मुझे खुद ये थोड़ा पूछना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, तो टाइम के लिए क्या हो गया? इट इज 10 o'clock। टू रिप्रेजेंट टाइम, टू रिप्रेजेंट प्लेस, inanimate objects, to initiate the sentence we are using it. So all the frames we have discussed. Rule number 2. Now this is very important, very very important concept. While confessing the fault, whenever there is any negative idea, negative connotation, punishment, or pain, punishment, देखो हमारा सिविक सेंस क्या कहता है, हमारा कॉमन सेंस क्या कहता है। हम अच्छे इंसान कब हुए कि अगर कोई दुख दर्द है तो सबसे पहले अपने ऊपर ले लो, जिम्मेदारी है तो अपने ऊपर ले लो, उसके बाद जो आदमी हमारे सामने खड़ा है उससे बोलो कि भैया अब तुम्हारे ऊपर, तो आई के बाद आ गया यू, और उसके बाद वो इंसान जो उस फ्रेम से बाहर है, जो आउट ऑफ द सिस्टम है, आउट ऑफ द सिचुएशन है, दैट इज ही और शी। तो ये हो गया सीक्वेंस। अगर कोई नेगेटिव आइडिया है, पेन है, पनिशमेंट है, जहां पर दर्द है, जिम्मेदारी है, मतलब जहां कुछ सेक्रीफाइस करने की बात आएगी, वहां पहले हम अपने आप को लिखेंगे, फिर जो सामने खड़ा है उसके बारे में लिखेंगे, और फिर जो इस सिचुएशन के बाहर है। सो आई, यू एंड ही इज द सीक्वेंस ऑफ प्रोनाउन if it is a negative connotation, or if there is a pain, punishment, suffering, sacrifice, or something where you have to take the responsibility. If it is a positive idea, if it is a positive idea, if it is a reward, okay, if there is something positive, जहां मिठाई खाने को मिलेगी, तो मिठाई सबसे पहले किसको खिलाएंगे? मिठाई सबसे पहले किसको खिलाएंगे? जो सामने खड़ा है, जो सामने खड़ा है सबसे पहले उसको मिठाई खिलाएंगे, फिर जो सिचुएशन से बाहर है उसको जाके खिला के आएंगे, और उसके बाद खुद खाएंगे। ये नहीं सबसे पहले खुद खा लिया, ये नहीं सबसे पहले खुद खा लिया। आर यू गेटिंग दिस? से yes or no, is it clear? Are you getting this? So this is the rule. I hope it is just a common sense, you can easily remember it and follow it in solving the questions. So whenever there is a fault expressing a negative idea, what is the sequence of pronoun? I, you, and he. I means myself, you means the person who is in front of me, and he means the person who is outside the situation. When it is a positive idea, जब मिठाई मिलने की बात होगी, तो सबसे पहले जो आदमी सामने है, फिर जो आदमी सिचुएशन से बाहर है, और उसके बाद खुद खाना है। Is it clear? Say yes or no. Yes. Two singular nouns joined by and represent the same person or thing, then the pronoun should be singular. देखो वही लॉजिक कितनी जगह यूज होगा। If you are connecting two nouns, but they represent to the same person, it means actually you are treating them as one. So whenever it is one, it is singular frame. The account officer and the treasurer should be careful in his work. You are using his because the account officer and the treasurer, actually they are not two different persons, they are same person, just in two different capacities. He is also working as account officer. He is also working as treasurer. Same person. So same person means one person. So it is singular. Say yes or no. Next question. Two singular nouns joined by and preceded by each and every. In any statement, if you see these words each or every, the moment you see these words each or every, you understand that you are talking one at a time. One at a time means one unit. One unit means it is singular. So the singular frame has to be used. Every student and every teacher took his or her seat. Singular case. Singular noun and plural noun are combined by either or neither nor. This is important frame. See very carefully. We are using either or. We are saying neither nor. Now see, what are the frame? What are the frames? The frames are, the standard modern English says that if you are using, these are conjunctions, these are connecting words, either or, neither nor, not only, but also. These are conjunction words. So if this frame is there, and you have one singular noun, one plural noun, then in general, the singular noun will come first. Singular noun will come first. The plural noun will come later. This is the modern English accepted usage. This is the latest frame. Okay? But as per the conventional English, the other frame is also used. The other frame is also used. It means you can also have this frame, either or neither nor. Neither nor. You can use this frame also, and very important confusion. You can use plural here also. You can use singular here also. You can use plural here also. You can use singular here also. Singular noun, plural noun. So this is more correct. This is also correct. So if you have to choose in between these two cases, if the options are such that you have to choose out of these two cases, then you will choose the first one. Are you getting my point? Are you getting my point? Say yes or no. If choice is given, then you have to choose either this or this. Then you have to choose this one. If the choice is not there, if only this frame is there, then also no problem. But you have to be very careful. The verb you are using will always conform to the nearest subject. The verb will always conform to the nearest subject. So if this case is there in the examination and this choice is not given, the verb is going to be in the singular form. The verb is going to be there in the singular form. If this option is given, then verb is going to conform to the nearest subject. So then the verb is going to be in the plural form. The verb is going to be in the plural form. Extremely important. I hope you are getting this. Just note it down. कभी ना कभी जिंदगी में अंग्रेजी तो थोड़ी बहुत सही करनी ही पड़ेगी, तो गेट भी निकल जाएगा, अंग्रेजी भी सही हो जाएगी. दोनों ही हाथ में लड्डू है. बात समझ में आ रही है? Let's go to the next one. Personal pronouns like yours, ours, hers are written without apostrophe. Very important rule. Lot of people writing the application letter or anything, in the end they are writing yours sincerely. So never use apostrophe. This is wrong. Never use apostrophe in that frame. That is wrong. This is the correct one. When it is personal pronoun like yours, ours, hers, never use apostrophe. If you are writing one, then it is one's. Never use his or her when the subject you are saying one. So one should do his studies. This is wrong. One should do one's duties. One should do one's duties. Are you getting this? Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Relative pronoun. What is relative pronoun? What is relative pronoun? What is relative pronoun? देखो, ठंडक में वो आता है ना, वो क्या होता है, मूंग की दाल का हलवा, जिसमें खूब सारा घी होता है ऊपर. तो वर्बल एप्टीट्यूड पढ़ना वैसे ही है. उसको चबाना नहीं पड़ता है, बस मुंह में रखा सीधे अंदर घुल गया. तो ये वो कंटेंट है जो मैं तुम्हें दे रहा हूं. ठीक है. मेरी इंग्लिश तुम लोगों से भी बहुत खराब थी एक टाइम पर. जो पुराने स्टूडेंट है उनको वो कहानी याद होगी, गर्लफ्रेंड वाली. तो वो उस मेहनत का बेनिफिट तुमको मिल रहा है, ले लो मजे से. रिलेटिव प्रोनाउन क्या है? Relative pronouns are those words which are not actually pronoun. Relative pronouns are not those words which are actually pronoun, but they are used as pronoun. But they are used as pronoun. For example, who or whom. Who or whom. Now, one of the most important confusion, where to use who or where to use whom. Always remember, who is related to the subject, or it is used in the subject case. Whom is used to refer to the object case. Object case. It means what? Who is the subject? Who is doing the action? Who is doing the action? Where you are using whom in the object case, object is one who receive the action. Who receive the action. We'll see examples. We'll see examples. Don't worry. We'll see examples. Yes, they are similar. They are similar. Okay. We see the examples also. Don't worry. Suppose you are saying, this is the manager who abused the clerk. Who abused the clerk? What is the action? Abusing. What is the action? Abusing. Yes or no? Who is doing the action? The subject. Manager. So you are using who for the subject. You cannot use whom here. Ha ha ha. He. Ho ho ho. Are you getting this? Where to use who? Where to use whom? Who is related to the subject. Subject case. It means who is doing the action. Whom you are using for the object case. Who is receiving the action. I hope you are getting this. I hope you are getting this. Rule number 10. Relative pronoun in the objective case is generally omitted. Now this is the modern, recent English, standard English usage. Modern standard English usage. That objective case relative pronoun can be omitted. It means if it is not omitted, if it is not avoided, that is also correct. But for the modern usage, it is generally omitted. For example, you are saying, the student whom you wanted to punish. Who is punishing? You. Who is getting the punishment? Student. You are using whom for object case. Who is receiving the action? So if you are using whom, that is also correct. But the modern English usage says, 𝐂𝐤𝐴𝐻 Verma, who or whom we are using for people. Okay? लल्लू हो यार तुम, है ना? लिटरली बोल रहा हूं. ये वही बात हुई कि मैंने तुमको चाकू दिया. यहां पर तुम्हारा दोस्त खड़ा था, यहां पर एक तरबूज रखा हुआ था. मैंने तुमको चाकू दिया. चाकू क्यों दिया तुमको? कि तरबूज काटो, दोस्त को भी खिलाओ, खुद भी खाओ. तुमने क्या किया? चाकू लिया, दोस्त के मार दिया, और फिर तरबूज बिना चाकू के खा रहे हो. ऐसा नहीं करना बाबू, ऐसा नहीं करते. क्रॉस द ब्रिज व्हेन यू रीच द ब्रिज. इफ यू स्टार्ट जंपिंग बिफोर, यू विल फॉल. अभी ब्रिज तक पहुंचे नहीं, पहले ही फुदकने लगे, और फुदकोगे क्या होगा? गिर जाओगे. नहीं समझ में आई बात? अरे बाबू, जो जिंदा है उसके लिए हु और हुम यूज करते हैं, जो इनएनिमेट है उसके लिए विच यूज करते हैं। बाबू पहुंचने तो दो वहां तक, अभी देखो उसके बाद विच ही है। जो बच्चे, मतलब एक वो होता है ना, जब रेस होती है तो एक कैमरामैन होता है, रेस होती तो कैमरामैन होता है ना। तुम इमेजिन करो जो रेस में 1 आता है, कैमरामैन उससे भी तेज दौड़ रहा है। मतलब ये एक हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन कह रहा हूं, वो खुद रेस में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर रहा है। तो भैया रेस के पार्टिसिपेंट हो, कैमरामैन मत, मुझसे आगे भागोगे तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी। विच की हम बात करने वाले हैं उसके बाद, ठीक है? सुनो, तो मैं क्या बता रहा था भूल गया, कोई बात नहीं। हाँ, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट द यूजेज ऑफ हु और whom. Okay, now let's talk about which we are using for infants, objects and small animals. Remember this frame. Infant means just born, just born. Why we are using which? Because we don't know. उसने डायपर पहना है तो हमें कैसे पता चलेगा मेल है कि फीमेल है? Yes or no? छोटे बच्चों को फ्रॉक भी पहना दो, छोटे बच्चों को आप कुछ भी पहना दो, एक जैसे लगते हैं, पता ही नहीं चलता है कि लड़का है कि लड़की है। Are you getting this? So इन्फेंट्स के लिए हम विच यूज करते हैं, इनएनिमेट ऑब्जेक्ट्स के लिए विच यूज करते हैं, और जो छोटे एनिमल हैं, छोटे 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 एनिमल, उनके लिए भी विच यूज करते हैं। वी यूज विच फॉर ऑब्जेक्ट्स, इन्फेंट्स एंड स्मॉल एनिमल्स। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, दिस इज द बेबी विच, दिस इज द बेबी विच वॉज लॉस्ट इन द थिएटर। कोई चीज सेलेक्ट करनी हो, फॉर सिलेक्शन ऑल्सो वी यूज विच ऑफ दीज वॉचेस डू यू वांट टू परचेज, to refer to a sentence or situation. He was said to be drunk. ये एक्चुअल स्टेटमेंट है, which was not true. तो किसी स्टेटमेंट को रेफर करने के लिए भी हम क्या यूज करते हैं? which यूज करते हैं। ओके, दिस इज क्लियर। यूज ऑफ that we are using for persons or lifeless things. It may be singular, it may be plural. For example, this is the girl that failed in the exam. दिस इज द मोबाइल दैट आई बॉट yesterday. तो जिंदा के लिए भी यूज कर रहे हैं और ऑब्जेक्ट के लिए भी यूज कर रहे हैं, नॉन लिविंग के लिए भी यूज कर रहे हैं। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। द वेदर ऑफ हैदराबाद इज फार बेटर देन मुंबई। दिस इज रॉन्ग। यू कैन नॉट कंपेयर अ हॉर्स विद अ डंकी। यू कैन ओनली कंपेयर अ हॉर्स विद अ हॉर्स, डंकी विद अ डंकी। You are comparing weather of Hyderabad with Mumbai. Mumbai is a city and weather of Hyderabad is a weather. Temperature, humidity, pressure. So rather you should say the weather of Hyderabad is far better than that of Mumbai. Than that of Mumbai. Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Either and neither. They are always used when you talk about two people, two objects, two places, two things. Always two. Either and neither. You are saying neither Mohan nor Sohan, verb will conform to the nearest subject, is intelligent. Each other and one another. See, वो वाला सॉन्ग सुना है, वो गाना सुना है? We are made for each other, समझे? जब लड़का लड़की, हीरो हीरोइन प्यार कर रहे हैं, आपस में बातचीत कर रहे हैं, रोमांस कर रहे हैं, तो कौन सा शब्द यूज हो रहा है? ईच अदर। Each other will always be used when it is two. Maybe two person, two people, two objects, two things, two places. So each other is used whenever there are two. One another you are using when it is always more than two. When it is always more than two. These two students love each other. One another, more than two people, places or thing. These four friends always agree with one another. Very important frame. कृष का गाना, अच्छा सुनो भाई सुनो, गेट के बाद सुनना कृष का गाना। Anybody, everyone, everybody. The moment you are using anybody, everyone or everybody, whether to use masculine or feminine gender, you have to see the statement. It will depend on the statement. For example, you are saying every one of the boys. So you are saying male, so his. If it is girls, then you are saying her. Is it clear? Let's do some questions. Each of the engineers, the moment you see this each, every, it means it is singular frame. Singular frame means each of the engineer must. Now see, what is the correct one? Now there is a great confusion here. Great confusion here. As per the old English usage, the correct one is his. Because in earlier time, mostly engineers were male. Earlier time. But today females are also engineers. Yes or no? Women empowerment. So his is going to be wrong. I told you we are using their or them. In the modern English, this is gender neutral. This is gender neutral singular pronouns. So when you say each of the engineers, you don't know whether it is male or female. You are using gender neutral. You are using gender neutral pronoun. Is it clear? Next question. Neither of the two proposal. I told you when you use neither, either, none, always singular frame. Always singular frame. So neither of the two proposals has justified, and you are talking about proposals, so it is going to be its. Neither of the two proposals has justified its feasibility. Again, the committee reached decision after 3 hours of discussion. It means all the members of the committee are treated as one unit. One unit means singular. So the committee reached what? Its decision after 3 hours of discussion. If anyone calls, tell blank that I am unavailable. Now you cannot write him or her, because you don't know if someone is calling, he is going to be a male or female. So we are using them. We are using them. So if anyone calls, tell them that I am unavailable. The manager and the assistant blamed for the delay. Two people. So it is each other. It is each other. It cannot be one another. A is the correct one. This is between you and me. Sir, what is the difference between me and my? Very important confusion. Where to use me, where to use my. Me you are using when it is first person. I can use me. You cannot use me for me. Hello. Hello. Kaan mein ghanti baji babu. You cannot use me for me. I can use me for me. So me is used when it is first person. My is used when it is possessive case. My book, my car, my home. अरे आई तो यूज करते हैं भाई, वोल्टेज भाई. अपने लिए आई यूज करते हैं, दूसरे के लिए यू यूज करते हैं. Is it clear? She is one of those employees who believe in improving. Who believe in improving. Now see, this is actually belonging to this subject. She is one of those employees. One of those employees. Now these employees can be male or female. This is not talking about she. This is talking about those employees who believe in improving skills. So it is going to be their skills. Gender neutral singular pronoun. I'm using Hindi, English both, okay? I'm using Hindi, English both. Is it clear? No employee should ignore. Now, you are again referring to employee, which can be male or female. So you cannot use his or her. You cannot use his or her. The correct one is there. No employee should ignore their responsibility towards workplace ethics. The CEO herself approved the proposal. Now see, here you are talking about the CEO, and CEO is mentioned as herself. Herself means it is, sorry, she actually We are talking about a female, so it is she. The CEO herself approved the proposal, didn't she? Is it clear? He is not the person. Now, very interesting. Very, very interesting question. Very interesting question. Whether to use who or whom. Whether to use who or whom. Who we are using for the subject case. Whom we are using for the object case. Now, please see. He is not the person blank we thought he was. Tell me, what is the correct one? Don't see the answer. Actually, answer is not there. It is going to be yes, it is going to be who or whom. The correct one is who. Because here the action part is being that person. Being that person. He is not the person who we thought he was. So being or pretending like something. Who is pretending? That person. So you are using the subject case. So who is more correct in the modern English usage? He is not the person who we thought he was. So A is the correct one. Interesting question. You have to spot the error. In which part of the option you see the error that contains an error. Everyone, the moment you see everyone, it means it is singular case. So every one of the consultants, whether it is written consultants, it is not plural because you are talking about one at a time. Who attended the seminar were asked. It has to be was. C is having the error. Was asked to submit their feedback by Monday. The company along with its subsidiaries. Always remember, whenever this is added, something along with something. So never get confused. It never becomes the part of the subject. The subject is only this one. This is the subject. And the verb has to conform to the subject. So the company has announced that it cannot be they, it has to be it. It will restructure. It will restructure. Again, I think its operations next quarter. The company, along with its subsidiaries, has announced that it will restructure. This is also wrong. It should be its operations next year. The frame in this question is wrong because both the statements are having error. Neither of the two proposals. The moment you are using neither, it means it has to be singular case. Singular case means you cannot use were, you have to use was. So B is having the error. This is one of the few theories. This is one of the few theories that has challenged. See, one of the means you're talking about one. So has is okay. But its is wrong. It has to be the. It has to be the conventional understanding in modern physics. It has to be the conventional understanding in modern physics. This is one of few theories that has challenged the conventional understanding in modern physics. Now let's talk about the verbs. We are moving a little faster now. So we have defined verbs, those words which talks about the action or the intended action of the subject. Okay. अभी तक नहीं आया है MSQ, लेकिन पूछ सकते हैं. Technically they can ask MSQ in aptitude also. Okay. Till now they have not asked because of maybe any reason, but they can ask. Okay. Okay. So verb, when two subjects are joined by and, the verb is plural. Common sense. Whenever there are two or more than two, it is plural frame. When it is one, it is singular. So no confusion. My friend and his father, two people. So are in Japan. When two singular nouns are joined by and refer to the same person or thing, the verb is singular. Same logic. Even if there are two things, but if they relate to the same person or thing, then they represent one unit, one idea, so it is singular. The district magistrate and collector is on leave. Why? Because district magistrate, it means DM and collector. Actually, they are not two different persons. One person in two different capacity. Yes or no? The secretary and the president, two different people. So it is plural. Have been given warm welcome. Two different nouns express one idea. Again, the same logic. Even if there are two different nouns, but they represent same idea, same logic, then also it is singular frame. For example, bread and milk is. Never say to your mommy, or maybe after marriage your wife, then bread and milk are good for breakfast. That is wrong. They will understand that your English is weak. Because bread and milk, idea, breakfast. Bread and milk is good for breakfast. And when you are going to the restaurant, never say rice and curry are my favorite dish. Because rice and curry, they constitute lunch or dinner. So one idea. Voltage is asking, sir, one doubt regarding pronoun, which is correct, you and I or I and you in sentence. Same logic. अगर मिठाई खानी है तो पहले दूसरे को खिलाओ जो सामने है, तो पहले you आएगा फिर I आएगा. If it is reward, if it is a positive connotation, if it is a positive frame, positive idea, something to get, something positive, then first offer it to the person who is standing in front of you, then you take it. So it is you and I. But if there is a negative connotation, negative idea, maybe punishment, maybe some pain, some suffering, some responsibility, then you should be the first one. So I and you, that is the sequence. So rice and curry is my favorite dish. Rice and curry is my favorite dish. Again, the same logic, two singular subjects practically synonymous. It means they represent the same idea. For example, power and influence, same idea, two faces of the same coin. Two faces of the same coin, but the coin is one, is on the rise. His power and influence is on the rise. Peace and prosperity, two faces of the same coin. Coin is one, is the need of the day, is the need of the day. Two singular subjects are preceded by each and every. The verb should be in singular. This already we have discussed. The moment you see in any statement each or every, it means you are talking about singular frame. You are talking about one at a time. Every man and every woman has the right to apply for the job. Where to use none or no? Please see very carefully. None or no can be singular or plural depending upon the noun they are going to follow. For example, if you are saying none of the counterfeit money has been found, none of the students have finished the exam yet. None of the students have finished the exam yet. No can take singular or plural verb depending upon the noun which follows it. Same case. No example is. Because it is example, you are using is. No examples are. So it is example, so you are using are. Depending upon the situation, you have to use it. Majority can be singular, can be plural. If it is alone, it is singular. It means you are talking one at a time. Majority. In that majority, maybe so many people are there. So many people are there. But you are talking about majority as one unit, so it is singular. But if it is followed by a plural noun, then it is plural. The majority believes, because you are treating majority as one unit. The majority of the students, plural, so you are using were. Very interesting, very easy frame. The moment you see a lot of, a great deal of, plenty of, most of, some of, whenever they refer to number, always plural, because you are talking about many at a time. A lot of, a great deal of, plenty of, most of, some of. A lot of people were present in the party. But when they refer to an amount, then it is singular. A lot of work. A lot of work. Now, work is uncountable. So this is the singular frame. That logic also that you can use. So it is a lot of work has to be completed before we leave. Now, there are some words which are always used in the singular frame. Each, every, either, neither, anyone, someone, nobody. So everyone is responsible. You never say everyone are responsible. There are certain words which are always used in plural form. For example, few, many, several, both. Several are absent. Never say several is absent. Okay, because you're talking about many. Notes you will get after the class. Okay. First, we have to complete the class, then only notes can be generated. Before the class or in between the class, we cannot have notes. Say yes or no. Are you getting this? Is it clear? I'm going to discuss something extremely important. Just hold your seats. Hold your seats. I'm going to discuss something extremely important. Now, there are some words which depends which or what word you are using after them, that will decide whether it is singular or plural. All, some, none, most, half, all of the money. So you are treating the total money as one unit. So it is. All the students. Now you are treating students not as one unit, where every student counts for. So it is are. All the students are present. Either or, neither nor rule. The verb agrees with the nearest subject, already we have discussed. Okay. Either the manager or the employees. So it refers to employees, so it is plural. Neither the employees nor the manager. So is referred to manager, who is singular. Agreement with a number of, the number of. A number of candidates are absent. A number of candidates means there are many. So whenever it is many, plural sense, you are using plural. You say the number of candidates. Now the number of candidates may be 10,000, 10,000, 10 lakh. But that number is one. 10 lakh is one number. So because it is one, so it has to be unit or singular. So we are using is. The number of candidates is increasing. See, in all these types of rules, you don't actually remember the rules. Just connect it to your common sense. जो मैं आपको मूल मंत्र दे रहा हूं, वो लेके चलोगे तो काम हो जाएगा. कि अगर एक यूनिट की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे हो तो एक है तो सिंगुलर है. अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड फॉर्म में यूज कर रहे हो मेनी, तो इसका मतलब प्लूरल है. काम खत्म. gerund. What is gerund, Babu? If you add verb and ing, if you add the ing form with verb, it becomes a noun. This noun we are saying is gerund. Okay. It is generally used in the singular frame. For example, smoking. Smoking is injurious to health. So we are using in the singular case. Okay. Okay, Babu. Conditionals. Let's talk about conditionals. Very important frame I am going to discuss. Almost every one or the other year, they are asking questions from this particular conditionals. Conditionals means, when you say conditions, it means if something happens, then only the next thing is happening. So you're talking about conditions. You're talking about conditions. So when you're writing if, so after if, there is going to be a clause. Clause means part of a statement. Okay. Then you are saying if this is going to happen, then this is the main clause. It means what? First, if this condition is fulfilled, after if, whatever clause is mentioned, if it is, yes, listen. if it is fulfilled, then only this thing is going to happen. Okay, so there are basically three frames. What are these three frames? Let us understand. Frame number one, after if the given if clause is present, then the main clause is going to be in future. If after if it is present, then in the main clause it is future. If after if the if clause is past, in the past tense, then in the main clause it is would plus first form of the verb. Third frame, if after if it is past perfect. Sir, what is past perfect? Had plus third form of the verb. Had plus third form of the verb. Then in the main clause it is would plus have plus past participle. Sir, what is past participle? Third form of the verb. Sir, what is past participle? Third form of the verb. Don't get into these details. What is participle? Okay, that is not going to help you in the GATE examination. You can learn it later on. Just get this as a formula. Actually, मैं आपको वर्बल एबिलिटी पढ़ा ही ऐसे रहा हूं जैसे इंजीनियर्स को मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ाई जाती है. ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है बात? देखो, इक्वेशन ही तो है ये, इसी को तो याद करना है. और अभी मैं आपसे एग्जांपल्स डिस्कस करूंगा. You will get the confidence. So you are saying if he comes. Comes means this is present. So if clause is in present, so main clause is going to be in future. I will give him these books. I will give him these books. If she came means past, simple past. If she came to my house, if it is past, then the main clause is would plus first form of the verb. I would give her your message. If she had come means past perfect. Past perfect. So if this is the case, then main clause is would plus have plus third form of the verb. Given. I would have given her your message. If she had come to my house, I would have given her your message. Now let's see. After if condition, if there is a desired or hypothetical situation, it means hypothetical situation means something which is not real. So if something is not real, in that frame or in that case, we are using subject plus verb irrespective of any other rule. Irrespective of any other rule. Are you getting this? Suppose I am saying if I were a bird, I would fly to Australia. If I were a bird, I will fly to Australia. It means it is hypothetical situation. I cannot be a bird. I can never be a bird. But I am just imagining. If I were a bird, I would fly to Australia. So hypothetical situation, imagination, we use this construct if plus were. Now see some of the cases. Suppose you are getting this statement, spotting error kind of. If I will win the contest, I will buy a new house. The first frame, present, then future. Future and future, this is wrong. What is the common sense? Common sense is you can never talk about future in the future. Hello? Bell ringing in your ears. You cannot talk about future in the future. You can only talk about future in the present. Hello? Are you reading this or not? You can never talk about future in the future. You can only talk about future in the present. So if I win the contest, I will buy a new house. This is correct. If I would have been there, I would make a speech. Now would make, it means it has to be simple past. Are you getting this or not? It has to be simple past. So see, either you write like this. If I were there, I would make a speech. This is second frame. This is second frame. Or you can totally convert it into the third frame. Had been there. Past perfect. If I had been there, I would have made a speech. So you can do either way. Both are correct. But this is also correct, but this is wrong. This is wrong. Next example, if I would have a degree from that university, I would get a good job. I would get a good job. Now see, I would plus first form of the verb, the second frame, it is only possible if this is going to be what? If this is going to be in the past. So if I had a degree, from that university, I would get a good job. So this is wrong, this is correct. I hope it is clear. The if conditionals are clear with all of you. Let us do some questions. Each of the engineers, now see, the moment you say each, it means it has to be singular. Yes or no? It has to be singular. Each of the engineers along with their supervisor is required to submit a compliance report by Friday. No sooner, let me tell you. See, there are two frames. No sooner you are using than. Then we have hardly, scarcely, okay? We are using when. This is a construct. This is a construct. No sooner, hardly, scarcely, these type of frames, there is a very strict rule. If you know that rule, you will be able to handle the questions. The first thing you have to remember is that whenever you are using no sooner, always use than. Than is used with no sooner. If it is hardly or scarcely means there is no possibility. It is almost impossible. Then we are using when. Sir, what is the construct? The construct that I am discussing is going to be same as for the no sooner than as it is going to be for hardly, scarcely, and when. So what are the frames? The frames are, if you are saying no sooner plus had plus subject, then you are saying then here it is going to be simple past. The later part of the statement is going to be in the simple past. If it is no sooner plus did, okay, then it is going to be subject, okay, subject plus then again the later part is going to be simple past. If it is going to be no sooner or hardly, scarcely plus do or does plus then later part of the subject, it is going to be simple present. It is going to be simple present. What is that simple present? V5 form of the verb, S plus ES. Base form of the verb plus S or ES. S or ES. Just remember this frame. If you remember this frame, lot of questions you are going to do correctly. Lot of questions. Say yes or no. Say yes or no. अच्छा, कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको गेट एग्जाम से डर लग रहा है? सच में बताना. कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको वाकई में गेट से डर लग रहा है? हाँ जी. अच्छा, मुझे एक बात बताओ, सिर्फ एक बात बताओ. थोड़ा मोटिवेशन भी जरूरी है ना लाइफ में. एक बात बताओ, मैं तुमको इस दुनिया का सबसे ताकतवर हथियार अगर दे दूं तो क्या तुम युद्ध जीत जाओगे? दम घुट रहा है? ऐसा क्या भैया कि हिमालय पे चढ़ाई कर रहे हो? मैं ये सब नहीं पूछ रहा हूं कि सब्जेक्ट और ये क्या तैयार है क्या, मैं सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन था मेरा, क्या डर लग रहा है एग्जाम से? अरे सुनो मेरी बात, अगर एग्जाम से डर लग रहा है या नहीं लग रहा है, उसका आंसर इस क्वेश्चन में छिपा हुआ है कि मैं तुम्हें इस दुनिया, मान लो तुम एक युद्ध लड़ने जा रहे हो, तो क्या मैं इस दुनिया का सबसे ताकतवर हथियार, अस्त्र तुमको दे दूं तो तुम वो युद्ध जीत जाओगे? नहीं जीत पाओगे। युद्ध कभी हथियारों ने नहीं जीते हैं, युद्ध जज्बे से जीते जाते हैं। जज्बा समझते हो ना, जज्बा? अभी वो एक बहुत साल पहले पिक्चर आई थी, हाउ इज द जोश, है ना? बहुत सारे फैकल्टी आपसे पूछते भी हैं हाउ इज द जोश, तो आप बोलते हैं हाई सर। तो बस जब गेट एग्जाम में एंटर करना तो इसी जोश के साथ एंटर करना। ये मत सोचना कि तुम्हारे नंबर कितने आएंगे, तुम्हारी तैयारी कैसी है, दूसरे बच्चे अच्छा कर रहे हैं, तुम नहीं निकाल पा रहे हो, कितना निकाल पा रहे हो। पहले क्वेश्चन से पेपर को डोमिनेट करना, खत्म बात। एक जिंदगी है, एक बार गेट का एग्जाम दे रहे हैं पूरे दिल से, और सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे, पूरा सिस्टम फाड़ देंगे। अरे मतलब फाड़ मत देना, एक्चुअली में कहने का मतलब ये पूरा डोमिनेट करना। डोमिनेट करने का मतलब ये नहीं है 65 के 65 क्वेश्चन करके चले आए कि आशुतोष सर ने कहा था डोमिनेट करना, सब में मार दिया, अब्बा डब्बा चब्बा जो समझ में आया। नहीं, डोमिनेट करने का मतलब यह है एक भी क्वेश्चन ऐसा पेपर में ना हो 65 क्वेश्चन में जो तुमको 100% आता था और तुमसे गलत हो गया। खत्म बात, यही है डोमिनेट करना। जो नहीं आ रहा क्वेश्चन, खत्म, भूल जाओ उसको, कोई बात नहीं। जो नहीं आ रहा है कोई बात नहीं, हर चीज सबको आनी भी नहीं चाहिए, नहीं तो ये दुनिया खत्म हो जाएगी। आर यू गेटिंग दिस? तो डरने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, बिंदास लाइफ को बहुत सीरियसली नहीं लेना है ना? एक छोटी सी पृथ्वी है, छोटी सी पृथ्वी है, पृथ्वी से कितने बड़े और ग्रह हैं? सूरज है, सूरज से करोड़ों गुना बड़े और कितने ब्लैक होल हैं, और ऐसे अनंत गैलेक्सीज हैं। इस अनंत ब्रह्मांड में एक छोटी सी पृथ्वी पे हम बैठे हैं, तुम कह रहे हो यार गेट से डर लग रहा है। कोई जरूरत नहीं डरने की, बिंदास होके पेपर दो, जो होगा जिंदगी में देखा जाएगा, सब देखा जाएगा। मैं ऐसे बच्चों को भी जानता हूं जो गेट में रैंक बहुत अच्छी लगा लिए, वो भी आज खुश हैं, उनमें से भी कुछ ऐसे हैं जो आज खुश नहीं है। और ऐसे बच्चों को भी जानता हूं जो कुछ नहीं कर पाए थे शुरुआती फेज में, फिर बाद में जाके छोटी शुरुआत करी, लेकिन बाद में पूरा सिस्टम फाड़ दिया उन्होंने। तो एवरीथिंग इज रिटन डेस्टिनी है, बस अपना काम करो, मजे करो। सोचो एक सैर पे आए, उस सैर के मजे लो। ये सब ज्यादा मत सोचो कि पीडीएफ कहाँ मिलेगा, ड्यूरेशन कितनी है सेशन की, गेट एग्जाम में मेरा क्या होगा, ये सब घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है। बात समझ में आ रही है? ठीक है, चलो, बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हो तुम लोग। मैं एक सेकंड दो बस, जरा मेरा मोबाइल ऑफ हो गया है तो मुझे चार्जिंग में लगाना है। तो ये वाला फ्रेम सबको याद हो गया? ये फ्रेम बेटा याद रखना, इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है। ये नो सूनर हार्डली स्कार्सली वाला, इसमें सिंपली 3 फ्रेम है कि अगर नो सूनर हार्डली स्कार्सली के बाद हैड आता है, अच्छा हैड आएगा और वर्ब की थर्ड फॉर्म आएगी, हैड आएगा और वर्ब की थर्ड फॉर्म आएगी, तो इसमें हम देन यूज करेंगे, नो सूनर के साथ देन यूज करेंगे, हार्डली स्कार्सली के साथ व्हेन यूज करेंगे। तो यहां पर सिंपल पास्ट आएगा, सिंपल पास्ट मतलब वर्ब की सेकंड फॉर्म। अगर नो सूनर के बाद डिड है, तो देखो डिड के साथ कभी भी हम वर्ब की हमेशा बेस फॉर्म ही यूज करते हैं, तो यहां पर वर्ब की बेस फॉर्म यूज होगी। ठीक है, देन लगाएंगे और यहां पर सिंपल पास्ट यानी वर्ब की सेकंड फॉर्म। अगर नो सूनर के बाद डू और डज है, तो देन लगाएंगे और यहां पर सिंपल प्रेजेंट यूज करेंगे वर्ब की फॉर्म। बात समझ में आ रही है? से यस और नो? Everybody is getting that? Say yes or no. Let's proceed. See, if conditional आ गया, see if conditional, if the data more carefully the error could have been, could have been, past participle, third form of the verb. कौन सा फ्रेम है? कौन सा फ्रेम है if conditional का? थर्ड फ्रेम है. थर्ड फ्रेम है. थर्ड फ्रेम मतलब क्या होना चाहिए? पास्ट परफेक्ट होना चाहिए बाबू. पास्ट परफेक्ट मींस व्हाट? इट इज हैड प्लस थर्ड फॉर्म ऑफ द वर्ब. तो ये गलत, ये गलत, ये गलत. बी इज द करेक्ट वन. हाँ, वो कर सकते हैं, उसमें नेगेटिव मार्किंग नहीं है. It is essential that the moment you see this word every, it means it is singular case. Singular case means it is essential that every participant is present at the briefing. Now, 99.99% candidates, if they get this question in the GATE examination, they will mark is, and their question will become wrong. -1/3. Sir, why? It is a different case. Sir, what is that case? That case is subjunctive case. Subjunctive case. Now, if the situation is an order, a command, a wish, which cannot be avoided, then we are using B. Then we are using B. It is essential that every participant be present at the briefing. C is the correct one. Everybody is getting that? Remember this, subjunctive case. Order, command, wish, something which cannot be avoided. You are going to use B. Identify the error in the given statement. So आपको error वाला option choose करना है. The manager as well as the team leaders. So you're talking about manager, singular case. This is wrong. It has to be was. So B is having the error. Hardly had the meeting. See, hardly, scarcely. Hardly, scarcely frame, you are using when. Okay. So hardly had the meeting begun. You remember the frame. After hardly, scarcely, if you are having had plus third form of the verb, then in the later part of the statement, it is simple past, second form of the verb. This was the rule. So hardly had the meeting begun when several members starts. This is wrong. It has to be started. Several members started raising objections to the proposal. So C is having the error. Are you getting this? Say yes or no in the comment section. I'm not able to see your comments. My mobile is switched off. Let me just switch it on. मुझे लगा था कि बहुत सारे बच्चों को वर्बल में दिक्कत होगी, लेकिन काफी बच्चों ने तैयार कर लिया है वर्बल. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. लाइव क्लास में नहीं आए तो मुझे लगा तैयार कर लिया. Everybody is getting that? Say yes or no. Please put it in the comment section. She acts as though she knows everything about the issue already. This is wrong because this is related to past events, so it has to be new. She acts as though she knew everything about the issue. So B is having the error. Neither of the two solutions. The moment you see neither, it means singular case. So this is not have. This has to be has. Singular case. Neither of the two solutions has proven effective in addressing the problem so far. The CEO insisted that the report was submitted before the board meets next week. Now, again, it is subjunctive. Case. Order, command, wish, something which cannot be avoided. So it is the report B. The CEO insisted that the report be submitted before the board meets next week. So B is having the error. B is having the error. Next question. Okay. Now let's talk about adjectives. Adjectives are those words which modify noun or pronoun. Okay, noun or pronoun. Adverbs are those words which modify verb, adverb, or adjective. Remember this difference so that you can differentiate between adverb and adjective. Adjectives. Ramesh is a good player. If you remove good and you simply say Ramesh is a player, that is also okay. But you are adding some extra information to modify the intensity of this word player. Player is a noun. So this is adjective. Ramesh is a good player. Ramesh is intelligent. You are talking about or modifying the intensity of Ramesh. Ramesh is a noun. So this is going to be what? This is going to be adjective. I hope it is clear. Now when we talk about adjectives, adjectives can be used in three different categories: positive degree, comparative degree, and superlative degree. Positive degree means the normal case of adjective without any addition, without any change. Comparative degree, when we are talking two at a time. Two at a time. Superlative degree, when the comparison is one in comparison to the whole group. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? Positive degree, normal case. Comparative degree, two at a time. And superlative degree, one this side and the whole group this side. That is how you are making the comparison. So, for example, positive degree, you are saying no other player in the team is as good as. Always remember this frame. The moment you use this frame as, something as, always use the positive degree. You cannot use comparative or the superlative degree here. For comparative degree, you are saying Prakash is better. Good, better. Better is comparative form. Prakash is better than any other player in the team. What is the meaning of this any other player in the team? It means if you pick one player at a time from the team and you compare him or her with Prakash, then Prakash is better. So comparing two at a time, comparative degree. You can also say Prakash is the best player in the team. The best player in the team means the whole team is at one side and Prakash is at this side. And now you are making the comparison. Always remember, whenever you are using the superlative degree, the is used before the superlative degree of the adjective. The is used, as you are saying, the best. Now the superlative degree is best, but before best you are saying the. Is it clear? Say yes or no in the comment section. Is it clear? Say yes or no in the comment section. Are you able to follow this? I'm not getting your comments. I don't know what has happened. I'm not getting your comments. My audio, visual, everything is clear? I hope my audio, visual, everything is clear. Clear now? Okay. Okay, so let's come to the rules. So whenever you are using these frames, as something as, so something as, always remember you will use the positive degree. When it is adjective plus ER, and then it is the comparative degree. When it is the plus adjective in the superlative form, then it is superlative case. Just remember this, okay? Let us start rule number 1. When you are having the selection of the two people or things of the same kind, then we are using the phrase the better of. This is very unique case and you have to use it as it is. There is no change. If you are saying she is the better of the two sisters, So out of two sisters, you are choosing one. You are saying she is better. So we are using the phrase the better of. Are you getting this? She is the better of two sisters. Most of the adjectives, they form their comparative degree by adding R or ER. If the word ends with E, if the word ends with E, then you add R. Otherwise, you are adding ER. This is for the comparative degree. This is for the comparative degree. For superlative degree, if the word ends with E, then you are adding ST. Otherwise, you are adding EST. Otherwise, you are adding EST. Okay? So you are saying great. The word ends with other than E. So it is plus ER plus EST. So great, greater, greatest. Brave, the word ends with E. So you are adding R for comparative degree, braver, and ST for the superlative degree. Brave, braver, bravest. This is very simple. You must have read it in your school days, common sense. Okay. Rule number 3. Some adjectives have more than 2 syllables. Now this is extremely important. 2 syllables. Syllables means sound. So when you pronounce a word, pronounce any adjective, and it has more than 2 sounds, then that R, ER, ST, EST rule is not going to apply. You have to use more and most. For example, you are saying beautiful. Beautiful, more than 2 sounds. So it is more beautiful, most beautiful. Interesting, more than 2 sounds. More interesting, most interesting. When 2 qualities are compared in the same person or thing, then comparative degree is formed by using more instead of R or ER. Now, this frame is very difficult to identify. If it comes in the examination, most of the people are going to do the mistake. Because in general, let me tell you, in general, if you are writing wise, then the comparative degree is wiser. And this is used most of the time. Most of the time for the comparative degree, we are using wise plus R because it ends with E, so wise and wiser. But there is one exception to this rule, that if you are having the comparison in the same person and you are comparing 2 qualities, are you getting this? Compared in the same person or thing, then we are using more instead of adding R or ER. So Rekha is more wise than intelligent, not wiser. Very important exception, maybe asked in your GATE examination. Vaibhav, beta, what you are asking? What is the question? Getting this? Okay, let's proceed. Just leave this, already I have discussed it. Any other. So any other, whenever you are using, it means you are having the comparison one at a time. For example, if you are saying gold is more precious than any metal, this is wrong. This is wrong because you are making the comparative degree. More precious means comparative degree. So comparative degree is comparison between 2 things, one at a time. So gold is more precious than any other metal. It means if you pick any metal out of the box and compare it with gold, then gold is going to be precious. So comparing 2 at a time. So we are using any other. We are not using any. Is it clear? Rule number 6. There are some words very frequently asked, very frequently asked. There are some words which cannot be used in comparative or the superlative forms. It means there are certain adjectives which we cannot use in the comparative or the superlative form. We can only use it as it is. It means in the normal case, in the positive degree. Why? Sir, what is the reason? The reason is there are some words which are in the 0 or 1 category. Yes or no? For example, interior. Interior means inside. So interior means inside. If something is inside, it is inside. If something is outside, it is outside. If something is interior, it is interior. If something is exterior, it is exterior. You cannot say more interior or most interior. You cannot say more exterior or most exterior. That is wrong. So interior, exterior, ulterior. Ulterior means hidden. For example, you say ulterior motive. Ulterior motive. Ulterior motive means hidden agenda. So you cannot use comparative or the superlative degree. Major, minor. You cannot say more major, most major, more minor, because this is 0 or 1 category. 0 or 1 category. Okay. So you cannot say this is more interior than that. This is completely wrong. You can say this is interior to that. This is the correct frame. This is the correct frame. There are some comparative adjectives which are followed by to and not by then. This is also very frequently asked. For example, there are certain adjective words which are always followed by to, not by then. You have to just keep it in your mind as a frame. For example, you say superior to, not superior than. Senior to, not senior than. Junior to, not junior than. Inferior to, prior to, anterior to, posterior to, prefer to. Anterior means before. Something coming before something. So that is anterior. Posterior means after. After. So these words, we are using to after them, not using than. Okay. Rule number 8. There are certain adjectives which are not used with the comparative or the superlative degree. The same logic. They are absolute. That is the case of 0 or 1. Either it is this or it is that. Okay. There is no comparison with the absolute sense. For example, empty. If something is empty, it means there is nothing inside. So you cannot say this is more empty than this. Hello. Absolute nature, 0 or 1. Excellent. Excellent itself is the highest degree. So you cannot add degrees. Excellent. Circular. If something is circular, you cannot say this is more circular. Either it is circular or it is not circular. Extreme, chief, entire, complete, perfect, final, last, unique, universal, round, square, triangular, eternal. Eternal means timeless. Eternal means timeless. Eternal means timeless. Eternal means timeless. Okay. Are you getting that? Say yes or no. Just keep these words in your mind. Slowly you will understand. If you apply the logic of 0 or 1 or the absoluteness, you will be able to handle them. There are certain adjectives which can only be used in the positive or the superlative degree. They cannot be used in the comparative degree. Okay, for example, top, you can say topmost. You cannot say top more. Eastern, you can say easternmost, but you cannot say eastern more. Keep this frame in your mind. Preferable. Prefer is always followed by to, not by then. Already we have discussed. So you cannot say this is more preferable than that. This is wrong. You have to say this is preferable to that. Two adjectives which refer to the same noun or pronoun must be in the same degree of comparison. Now this is again the common sense. If you are using adjectives in one statement, then they have to be in the same degree. If it is comparative, then both should be in comparative. If it is superlative, both should be superlative. For example, if you are saying Gandhiji is the noblest and wisest of all national leaders, so this is also superlative degree, this is also superlative degree. Now remember one important concept. You can also write the noblest and the wisest. That is also correct. This is also correct and this is also correct. Sir, what is the difference between these two? The difference is when you say Gandhiji is the noblest and wisest of all national leaders, it means you are combining these two qualities or attributes as one unit. Noblest and wisest, you are treating as one unit. But if you say the noblest and the wisest, it means being noble is one different category and being wisest is a completely different category. That is the difference. Both are correct. There are some adjectives when they are preceded by the, it means the is added before them, then they represent plural noun. And the verb is also used in plural sense. For example, rich, poor, needy, aged, blind, dead, meek, wicked. Meek means physically very weak. Okay? Wicked means a person who is evil or producing harms to others. Okay? Bad for others. So the moment you say the rich, it means now you represent a category where everyone is counted for. So the rich, usually plural form of the verb, hate the poor. So these adjectives, if you add the before them, they become plural. So you just make this frame in your mind. The moment you see the rich, the poor, the needy, the aged, the blind, the dead, the meek, the wicked, always use it in the plural sense. The verb has to be in plural form. Farther, further. Farther we are using to represent distance and significant distance, and further we are using in addition to something. In addition to something. Many, a great many, a good many. Many means something which can be counted and it is more than one. Many and much. Many, we'll discuss this. Many we are using for countable ones. Much we are using for uncountable. For example, you can say much happiness. You cannot say many happiness. You can say many apples. You cannot say much apples. Much is used for uncountable things. And many we are using for countable things. I hope you are getting this. So the moment you see many, a great many, a good many, you have to use plural noun and plural verb. A great many people died in the accident. My brother has a good many friends. So we are using plural frame, plural form. But if you are writing it in this sense, many are singular noun, then singular verb. If after many you are adding a, it means you are talking one at a time. Same logic. One at a time. It means singular frame. So many a scientist is attending the meeting. If you are writing many a scientist, then this is wrong. It has to be singular noun and singular verb. Everybody tell me in the comment section, are you getting this? Say yes or no. Babu, say yes or no. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to discuss something extremely important. Where to use few, little, much, many. Okay? Listen very carefully. Few will always use when we are having countable nouns. Okay? When you can count something. Few apples. Okay? When you can count something, then it is few. We are using few. We are using little when it is uncountable. When it is uncountable. Let's talk about few. You can use few in three cases. Few, a few, and the few. When you are simply saying few, so it has a negative connotation. It means you are saying hardly anyone or anything. It has a negative connotation. If you are saying few apples, it means hardly there is any apple. If you say few books, it means hardly there is any book. But if you say a few, it means this is positive. It means you are saying at least some. It means you are saying at least some. If you are saying a few apples, it means at least some apples are there. If you are saying a few books, it means at least some books are there. You can also say the few. The few means this is positive, at least something is there. And also you are very specific about the specific, or you are very sure about it. So if I'm saying the few apples, it means at least some apples are there and I'm very sure which apples I'm talking about. If I'm saying the few books, it means at least there are some books and I'm very sure, very clear which books I'm talking about. The same pattern you can use for little also. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. You can also use little, okay, or you can say a little, or you can say the little. The pattern is same, the meaning is same. The only difference is you can use few when it is countable, when you can count it, when you can quantify it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when it is uncountable, when you cannot count it, like happiness, kindness, honesty, work. When you cannot count it, then we are using little. Okay. Is it clear? Is it clear, bhaiya? Tell me yes or no. For example, you are saying there are few books on the machines in the library. It means hardly there is any book, because it has a negative connotation. Because it is having a negative connotation. Hardly there is any book on machines. If you are saying there are a few eggs in the basket, it means at least some eggs are there in the basket. Some positive connotation is there. Okay. Similarly, you have this difference, fewer and less. Less also we are using with uncountable nouns. Please keep this in your mind, important. Many and much, I told you, many you are going to use when you can count it. And much you are going to use when you cannot count it. It is uncountable. This particular concept that I have just discussed very frequently asked in your examination. I hope it is clear. Let's move forward. बच्चे क्लास में ऐसे आ जा रहे हैं जैसे लोग मार्केट में नहीं टमाटर लेने जाते हैं. कुछ बच्चे आते हैं क्लास में, आधा किलो टमाटर लेते हैं, कहते हैं भैया थोड़ी धनिया भी रख देना, हरी मिर्ची, और फिर चले जाते हैं. कोई बात नहीं, चलिए. So let's talk about to, very, and enough. To represents impossibility. To represents impossibility. Very means high degree of difficulty. Very means high degree, but not impossibility. And enough means sufficient degree. For example, if I tell you GATE is very difficult exam, what does it mean? Very I am using to increase the intensity. To increase the intensity, highest, it means GATE is very difficult. You need a lot of hard work, passion, focus, right direction to get the success. But it does not mean it is impossible. आप ही की तरह बच्चे हैं जो फर्स्ट रैंक भी लाते हैं भैया, है ना. कोई उनके 3 आंखें नहीं होती कि एक आंख यहां पर भी है, सीधे गए गेट में एग्जाम हॉल में और सीधे ये वाली आंख खोली, गड़गड़ गड़गड़ 65 क्वेश्चन कर दिया. ऐसा नहीं है, उनके भी 2 ही आंखें होती. To suggest impossibility, GATE is too difficult to qualify. GATE is too difficult to qualify. Now see this. GATE is too difficult to qualify. It means the possibility of getting success in the GATE examination is almost impossible. When you use to, it means it is impossible. If I say your preparation is enough to clear the GATE examination, it means you have sufficient degree of preparation. So to refers to impossible situation, very high degree, enough, sufficient degree. Is it clear? Hardly, scarcely, rarely, seldom, without, only. Already I have discussed this case. Whenever you are saying hardly, scarcely, it is followed by when, not by then. When you are saying no sooner, it is followed by then, not by when. No sooner had, subject, past participle, it means verb third form. Already I have discussed this. Okay, so we can leave this. Now there are certain verbs which are related to sensation. Sensation means what you see, what you hear, what you smell, what you taste, or what you touch. All your five senses. These verbs, when we are using, they are always followed by adjectives, not by adverbs. Adverbs means when you add ly. For example, badly is adverb. Bad is adjective. So you cannot say he feels badly. This is wrong. Sensation. So we are using adjective. We are not using adverbs. Okay. The soup smells deliciously. Wrong. The soup smells delicious. Muski vlogs asking very interesting question. He's saying, sir, I have a doubt. The coffee is too hot. So when you say the coffee is too hot, it means it is almost impossible for you to drink it. When you say the coffee is very hot, it means you have to be very careful while drinking the coffee. This is the crux. Order of the adjective. See, this is not going to be asked in your examination. Very less chances that this can be asked, because in one sentence, it is not possible that they are going to give you so many adjectives that, but there is very little possibility, but they may ask you. So you have to be clear. The order of objective in a sentence is that first it is opinion, then size, then age, then shape, then color, then origin, then material, then purpose, and then comes the noun. Adjectives modify the intensity of a noun or pronoun. अच्छा, आपने मैसेज नहीं देखा था क्लास का, कोई बात नहीं. देखो, जो आदमी 9 बजे सुबह सो के उठ रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है कि उसने अच्छे काम नहीं किए, और जो 4 बजे उठ रहे हैं उन्होंने ही अच्छे काम किए. तो अगर आप लेट आए तब भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं. Okay, you are a girl. Sorry. Actually, your name is Mushkil Vlogs, so it was not possible for me to identify. Anyways, just come back to our discussion. We have very restricted time that we have to utilize very properly. Okay, because your time is also important, my time is also important. Okay. Anyways, how to remember this? Words which modify the intensity of noun, we are saying adjectives. So many adjectives. Adjectives can be about opinion, age, shape, size, color, origin, material, purpose. How to remember this? One simple rule I can give you, common sense, so that you can at least make some idea about it. Okay? The moment you see something or someone, what is the first thing that is going to happen? Opinion. What is the first thing that is going to happen? Opinion. If you meet a person for the first time, the moment you meet, okay, you're my oldest student of EMFT. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to the class. Okay, let us have a discussion. Okay, what we are discussing. The moment you see anyone for the first time, you immediately get some opinion in your mind. Yes or no? Yes or no? अच्छा है, बुरा है, गंदा है ना? बहुत ही बुरा है, बहुत ही अच्छा है. After that, you go for the size. If someone's height is going to be 6 feet 5 inches, Then after your opinion, the second thing you are going to notice is size. Then comes age. If you meet someone after these two events, you will say, oh, what is your age? What is your age? Then shape. Fat, thin, that kind of relation you can establish just to remember this. It has no logic like that. Then color. Then origin. Then material. Then purpose. And then comes the noun. For example, if you are saying a beautiful opinion, small size, old age, round shape, red color, Italian origin, wooden material, dining purpose table. Okay, very less possibility it is going to be asked, but if it is asked, you should be ready with that. Okay, you should be ready with that. Let us do some questions and let us be a little faster because we have to complete a lot of things. Okay, so I will go a little faster now. So he is blank, honest man, few people doubt his integrity. Now see, आपने वो सुना होगा जब तुलसीदास ने रामचरितमानस में भगवान श्री, मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बता रहा हूँ, कहोगे तो इंग्लिश में भी बता दूंगा, थोड़ी बात ऐसी है, लंबी है, मैथोलॉजी से जुड़ी हुई है. तो तुलसीदास जी महाकवि जब रामचरितमानस में भगवान श्री राम के जन्म के समय उनके मुख की सुंदरता लिख रहे थे, तो उनको इस दुनिया में ऐसा कोई नहीं मिला जिससे उनके मुख की सुंदरता की आप कंपैरिजन कर सकें. तो उन्होंने कहा कि भगवान राम का मुख इतना सुंदर है जितना सुंदर भगवान राम का मुख है. Are you getting? That logic you can apply here. That logic you can apply here. You are saying he is blank, honest man, few people doubt his integrity. Integrity means purity of character. जिस इंसान के अंदर इंटीग्रिटी है उसके लिए 1 रुपए भी घूस है और 1 करोड़ रुपए भी घूस है. ये नहीं कि 1 रुपए की घूस आई, हम घूस नहीं लेते, हम तो ईमानदार हैं. 100 करोड़ की आई, ले लिया. That person is not a person of integrity. A person of integrity is one who has the purity of character. आपकी लाइफ में जितने भी इंटरव्यूज होंगे, all the interviews, देखो अभी हम जो डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना, वी आर डिस्कसिंग पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच. सो वी आर हैविंग द डिस्कशन देन द क्वेश्चंस. लेटर ऑन देयर आर सेक्शंस वेयर देयर इज हार्डली एनी डिस्कशन, वी जस्ट हैव क्वेश्चंस. So starting, I told you, starting it will take some time. While we are finishing, not enough time, not much time. So we started at 1. I told you 4 to 5 hours. It means somewhere around 5 or 6 will close. 5 or 6. If you want, I can give you a small break if you are feeling something. Okay. Maybe after finishing this, when we start the new topic, we'll take a small break. Okay. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Now you see, if you say he is very honest, that may be correct. But you are saying few people understand the logic I am giving you. Few people doubt his integrity. Few, not a few or the few. So few means hardly there is anyone who is going to doubt his integrity. Hardly there is anyone. So you are going to have that kind of comparison. So very is not going to be correct. So is not going to be correct. To is not going to be correct. The correct one is such an. भगवान श्री राम का मुख इतना सुंदर है जितना सुंदर भगवान श्री राम का मुख है. मतलब ये इतना ज्यादा इंटीग्रिटी वाला आदमी है कि किसी और से हम कंपैरिजन ही नहीं कर सकते. I hope you are getting this. He is such an honest man. Few people doubt his integrity. This is again the same thing. Such a complicated problem that even experts hesitate to solve it. B is the correct one. Such. She is senior. After senior, we are saying to. C is the correct one. He has. Now see how to check what is the correct answer. Patience is something which you cannot count. You are using few when it is countable. So few cannot be the right answer. So you have to use little. Now, whether it is little, a little or the little, you are saying he has blank patience to deal with rude customers. It means he must be having the patience. Must be having the patience. Yes or sorry. He has patience to deal with rude customers. It means if customers are going to be rude, he is not having the patience. Not having the patience means you are not adding anything. You are simply saying he has little patience to deal with rude customers. It means hardly he is having patience to deal with rude customers. So A is the correct one. The weather today is blank than it was yesterday. Than means comparative degree. Where is the comparative degree? More pleasant. Finish. Khatam. This is this is the. After the you are using the superlative form. Worst. This is the worst news I have ever heard. The Taj Mahal is one of the. After the you are using the superlative form. Most beautiful. Most beautiful. She was too blank to notice the mistake. So she was too careful that it was impossible for her not to notice the mistake. So she was too careful to notice the mistake. He is too a fool to understand such logic. Okay. The blank she spoke, the angrier. Now angrier is comparative degree. So here also you have the comparative degree. So louder. The louder she spoke, the angrier he became. He prefers. Now after prefer we use to. He prefers tea to coffee. No other student in the class is. Now again, as something as. So you are using positive degree of the adjective. So what is positive degree? More, most, very, no, intelligent. No other student in the class is as intelligent as Rahul. Now you have to find the part which is having error. This is one of the most unique. Now unique is absolute. Either it is unique or it is not unique. Mushkil, I will come to you. Mushkil, I will come to you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will come back to that question. Okay. I'm coming. Wait. If something is unique, it cannot be most unique because it is absolute, 0 or 1 case. So this is having error. Let us go back. Now see. You are saying she was too something to notice the mistake. If you say she was too careful, to notice the mistake, it means it was almost impossible for her not to notice the mistake. So you are saying careless. She was too careless to notice the mistake. If she is careless, it means automatically she is not going to notice the mistake. Are you getting this or not? So if you are using careless, then there will be she was too careless not to notice the mistake. Are you getting Surgeon and Mushkil blocks? Are you getting dear? Okay. She is much senior than is wrong. It has to be to, senior to. Next question. The more harder he tried, the more frustrated. More frustrated, comparative degree. So it has to be comparative degree. Harder is okay, but you should not add more. It is not required because more harder means you are using comparative degree 2 times. She has very little friends to rely upon. Now, very is not required. Little friends means hardly she is having any friend to rely upon. Okay. He was too much confident to admit his mistake. Actually, much is not required. Okay. So B is the correct one. He was too confident to admit his mistake. The rich and the poor. Before rich and poor, if you add the, it becomes plural. So it should be live, plural, not lives. Live in the same village. This is the most perfect, wrong. If something is perfect, there is no comparison, there is no superlative degree because it is absolute, zero or one case. In our spoken English, generally we are saying most perfect. That is wrong usage. So B is having the error. So let us have a break for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Let us have a break for 5 to 10 minutes. And then we'll continue. Is it clear? I hope it is clear, everyone. So I will be right back after 5 to 10 minutes, okay? So hello guys, welcome back. Just quickly confirm once again my audio, visual, everything is clear so that we can start with the session. Yes. Shukla ji, we started somewhere around 1 in the afternoon. So as I told earlier that it will be somewhere around 4 to 5 hours. So you can expect maybe 5 or 6. Okay, up to 5 or 6. So just quickly confirm audio, visual, everything is clear so that we can start with the session. Mushkil vlog saying, sir, I am comfortable handling grammar-based questions. However, I struggle vocabulary section, particularly synonyms, antonyms, and analogies. I find these specific types difficult to solve. So we'll talk about vocabulary also. Don't be in a hurry. Okay? Don't be in a hurry. If you want good food, you have to wait for it. Okay? If you want just roadside food, dhaba style food, then it is very quick. But good food, you have to wait. So wait for the time when we start discussing vocabulary. Okay, let's start. Let's resume our discussion. So we were talking about the rules for the usage of adverbs. We have defined adverbs, those words which modify the intensity of maybe verb, adverb, or adjective. Now this modification of the intensity may be positive, may be negative. It may be positively also they can modify, negatively also they can modify. So those words which modify the intensity of a verb, adverb, or adjective, we call them adverbs. Clear? For example, you are saying he runs fast. He runs fast. Now this fast is modifying the intensity of this verb runs. So this is adverb. She is very intelligent. Now intelligent is adjective. So this word very is modifying the intensity of adjective. He spoke quite confidently. Now this word quite is modifying the intensity of this word confidently. Because confidently is modifying the intensity of this word spoke. Spoke is a verb. This word is modifying the intensity of verb, so this is adverb. And this word is modifying the intensity of adverb, so this word is also adverb. So I think now you can identify the difference between adjectives and adverbs. Let us go to rule number 1. Adverb must be placed as near as possible to the word it modifies. Very simple, common sense. Actually, it is not a rule, it is common sense. If you want to modify the intensity of a word, the correct meaning can only be delivered if that word is closest to the word to which it is modifying. So if you say, she just wants to take one class, this is wrong. Because here you are using just to modify the intensity of what? Taking one class. Modifying the intensity of taking one class. So you are saying she wants to take just one class. Just one class. It means not more than that. So that is the correct usage. If you say she just wants to take one class, this is wrong. Because the right meaning is not conveyed. If you say this, it looks like you are saying she just wants. It means this is the least what she wanted. I hope you are getting this. Rule number 2, when a verb consists of auxiliary verb and a main verb, then adverb is placed in between them. It means if it is auxiliary verb and it is main verb, then adverb will be in between these two. Again, it is common sense because adverb is modifying the intensity of verb. So it has to be near to it. If you are saying, I have told him often not to come late, often is used as an adverb. So between have and told, you are using often. I have often told him. Often means very frequently, many a times. Told him not to come late. Rule number 3. The word only should be placed before the word it modifies. The same logic, the same rule. You are using adverb nearest to the word it is modifying. I only solved 2 problems. This is wrong. You should say, I solved only 2 problems. Only 2 problems. Rule number 4. When used as an adverb, some words have different meaning. That is just to make you understand the difference. Hard means something difficult. Okay? Suppose you are saying he is working very hard. So working hard means diligently. Diligently is one word for working very hard. Hardly, this is an adverb. Now the meaning changes. Hardly means that there is very less possibility. Very less possibility. Scarcely, barely. Adjectives versus adverb, which is one of the most common trap in your examination. If you are saying slow, add ly, it becomes adverb, slowly. Careful, adjective, carefully, adverb. Beautiful, adjective, beautifully, adverb. So if you are saying she sings beautiful, this is wrong. It is she sings beautifully. Okay. But there are certain words which remain same. For example, fast, hard, late, early. He works hardly. This is wrong. Rather, it is he works hard. Okay, because hardly the meaning changes. It becomes that it is less probable, less possible. Adverbs of frequency are always, usually, often. When you talk about the frequency of something happening, always, all the time, usually, in general, often means very frequently. So they can be placed before the main verb or after the auxiliary verb. The same rule that we have seen. Auxiliary verb, adverb plus main verb. She often visits us, talking about the frequency. She is often late, talking about the frequency. She visits often us, this is wrong. She visits often us, this is wrong. Okay? Rule number 7, no adverb between verb and object. Verb, you know. What is object? It means something which is receiving the action. She speaks fluently English. Here the object is English. So the correct usage is she speaks English fluently. Now this is something you don't need to even remember. Just have a frame in your mind that if you see this kind of a statement, what is the correct one? Adverbs ending with ly, what are the exceptions? Not all words ending with ly are adverbs. He behaved friendly is wrong. He behaved in a friendly manner. He behaved in a friendly manner. So here just adding ly is not becoming adverb. So friendly is going to be an adjective, lovely, adjective, cowardly is adjective. Cowardly means someone who is not ready to face the challenge, someone who is not having the courage, someone who is not having the strength to face challenges. Coward, not able to take the decision. He explained the concept blank clearly that even beginners could follow it. So the correct one is so. The correct one is so. Only blank, the students who had registered were allowed to appear for exams. So the correct one is those. It is very simple actually. Only those students, only those, the should not be here. Okay. Only those students who had registered were allowed to appear for the exam. She performed blank in the interview then. Now, if it is then anyone, it means it is comparative degree. So what is the comparative degree? What is the comparative degree? See, actually the comparative degree is better. Okay. But if you see, you cannot use very, but if you are using more better, it means you are using duplication. You are using two comparative degrees. That is not required. Are you getting this? So the correct one is much better. She performed much better in the interview than anyone had expected. Now, rarely, again, you remember that? Rarely or scarcely or hardly. So that kind of frame you can expect here. Whenever these type of frames are there is one case which you have to remember, that there is inversion. Inversion means it is not subject plus verb. Actually, it is verb plus subject. This is how it is written. This is the frame. Okay. So rarely we witness is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. What is the correct one? B. Rarely do we witness such clarity of thought in technical presentation. The problem was too difficult to be solved without computational tools. He spoke blank during the seminar that many participants failed to hear him. So the correct one is so softly. Softly means very weak. The sound was very weak. She is blank competent to handle the responsibility independently. Okay. Now you see, you will be confused because you cannot use to or very, because he is talking about the sufficient degree. So you might be thinking she is enough competent to handle the responsibility independently. She is sufficiently competent to handle the responsibility independently. Now both looks like correct. But the correct frame or the correct modern English usage would say that B is the correct one. So just have this frame in your mind, because in English we have a lot of exceptions also to different rules. So just have these exceptions. If sufficiently would not have given, then enough is going to be correct. She is enough competent to handle the responsibility independently. But because sufficiently is better in this frame, so we are going with B. The report was blank, accurate, leaving no scope for further verification. So the report was, the intensity is very high. So it was quite accurate. The report was quite accurate, leaving no scope for further verification. It means it was having no error. So all other options, rather, fairly, somewhat, are weak in comparison to quite. Quite is more absolute in terms of usage. He blank realized the significance of error after the results were published. So after the results were published means later on. Later on, he identified that there was error. So he late wrong. He later may be correct. Recently is wrong. So how to identify which one is better? Okay. Lately actually means recently. Lately actually means recently, which is you can say is going to be adverb representing the time. Okay, adverb representing the time. So you can also use later. He later realized the significance of the error after the results were published. But lately is going to be more correct in this frame. So he lately realized the significance of the error after the results were published. This is going to be the more correct. In terms of intensity, you can see he recently realized the significance of the error after the results were published. This is also correct. But given the option later will be more correct than recently, and lately is going to be more correct than these two. The engineer explained the procedure blank to junior staff. So the engineer explained the procedure. Something is wrong. Something is wrong in the question. I think this should not be there. It should be the engineer explained. Clearly the process is wrong. Explain the process clearly. This is correct. So B is the correct one. Okay. The algorithm is blank efficient but lacks robustness under extreme conditions. So when you are having this type of frame, when you are saying something, but there is some exception to it, so we are using rather. The algorithm is rather efficient but lacks robustness under extreme conditions. So B is going to be the correct one. He had blank finished the analysis when new data arrived. So she had almost finished the analysis when the new data arrived, means it was not completely finished, it was about to be finished. So again, scarcely barely is wrong, nearly is one possible option, but almost is going to be much better. So we'll go with A. We'll go with A. Okay. Rules for the usage of prepositions. Rules for the usage of prepositions. Prepositions we have discussed are words which relate the subject with the rest part of the statement. It means what subject is and what the subject is doing, how it is related. It is related with preposition. Lot of questions in your exam, they are asked on this particular pattern related to preposition. Okay. So there are some words, okay, which require gerund. What is gerund? Already I have explained. Verb plus ing form is treated as noun, okay, that is called as gerund. Now these gerunds, they have very specific frames in which they are used. You can say like a phrase. So for example, refrain from. Whenever you see refrain, it is followed by from. Refrain means to avoid. Prevent from, tired of, fond of. Fond means love. Pretext for. Pretext means excuse. Pretext means excuse. Succeed in doing. Abstain from drinking. What is the meaning of abstain? Abstain means to avoid physical pleasure. Okay, when you avoid physical pleasure means food, drink, or maybe something else. So we say abstain from. Abstain from is the correct phrase that you have to use. Aid at. Aid means to help. Bent upon. Adverse to. Expert in. Desist from. Desist means to resist. Capable of. Insist on. So these are certain frames with which a particular frame of preposition is used that you have to follow. What you have to do, just revise these prepositions number of times, so when you use it, you will just automatically remember it. For example, refrain from, prevent from, tired of, fond of, pretext for, succeed in, abstain from. Rule number 2, where to use in, where to use within. In we are representing when we talk about end of the period of time in the future. Suppose you are saying he will return in a month. It means approximately you are saying that he will return in a month, but you are not very sure exactly when. So it is approximate. But when you say within, it means you are very sure that it cannot cross 1 month. So you are saying he will return within a month. It means his return, event of his return is not going to cross that particular period of time. Okay? Is it clear? Are you able to follow? Rule number 3, where to use in, where to use into. In you are using when you are talking about inside a periphery or boundary. Inside a periphery or boundary. For example, you are saying she's in the garden. So that may be rest, may be motion. Maybe rest, maybe motion. So suppose she is inside the garden. Inside the garden means within this periphery. Are you getting this? Second example, she is walking in the garden. Now she may be in the motion, not actually in the rest, but she is walking within the boundaries of the garden. So we are using in. Are you getting this? Into means rest or motion, we are using in if it is within the periphery. But into we are using when there is a when there is a transition from outside to inside or inside to outside, when the boundary is being, you can say, transited. He walked into the garden from outside to inside. He broke into my house yesterday. So from outside to inside. Are you getting this difference? Where to use in, where to use into. On is used. Now there are a number of cases where on can be used. On is used when you talk about things in the rest. For example, he sat on a big stone. Before the names of days and dates. On Friday, name of days. Dates on the 2nd of August. To denote support and concern, he wrote books on philosophy. He wrote book on philosophy. Are you getting that? Upon is used when you talk about things in the motion. For example, the tiger is sprang upon the goat when there is a motion. So on when it is rest, upon when it is motion. Beside means by the side of, beside gate, beside church, beside temple, you can say, when you talk about the position. But when you say besides, when you add s, it means in addition to. Between and among. Between you are going to use always between two people, things or objects or places. Among you are going to use when it is more than two. Okay. Use of in, on and at with respect to place. With respect to place. When you talk about place, how you are going to use in. In you are using for large areas. For example, you are saying in India, in Delhi. On you are saying when you talk about the surface, on the table, on the wall. When you are using at, it means you are exactly very sure which position or point you are talking about. At the door, at the station. Are you getting this? So if you are saying he lives at Delhi, this is wrong because we are using in for large areas. So he lives in Delhi. He lives in Delhi. In, on, at with respect to time. We are using in again for the long period of time. In 2025, in July, long time. On we are using for specific days or dates. On Monday, on 15th of August. At we are using when you talk about exact time. At 5 p.m. At noon. Okay. Let us see one important confusion. At night, in the night. Where to use at night, where to use in the night. When you say at night, it means you are talking about some habit or something which happens on a regular basis. Okay. For example, if you say, I drink water at night, it means that is the regular case. That is a regular habit. But when you say in the night, it means there is some specific event which is not regularly happening, which is happening very rarely. Suppose you are saying, I heard a strange noise in the night. It means you are talking about one specific event. He woke up in the night to get a drink of water. It means it is not a regular case. It is that specific night when that event happened. Are you getting this? Say yes or no. Are you getting this? Very important and generally ignored case. Getting that? Now, where to use by, where to use with, and where to use using. Okay. By, when you are talking about the method or the agent. By bus, by train. With, you are talking about when you talk about the instrument. He cut the fruit with a knife. Instrument. When you use using, you talk about the process. The problem was solved using MATLAB. MATLAB, that software is a process. Preposition after comparative degree. That already we have discussed. Senior to, junior to, superior to, inferior to, already we have discussed. Now there are cases when we don't use preposition after certain words. For example, home, abroad, upstairs, downstairs, yesterday, today, tomorrow. Just remember these frames. Very frequently, these type of frames are asked in your examination. For example, you don't say he went to home. You simply say he went home. Actually, this is the modern English usage. Conventionally, those statements were also correct. So that is why there is a confusion. Okay. So home, abroad, upstairs, downstairs, yesterday, today, tomorrow, we are not using prepositions before them. Use of since and for. When you talk about since, you talk about point of time, for duration of time. Suppose you are saying since 2020, it means you are talking about that point of time, you are referring to that point of time, since 2020. When you say for, you talk about the duration, for 5 years. For 5 years. Preposition we are using with agree. Now there are two cases. When you say agree to, it means you are talking about a proposal or plan. When you say agree with, then it is with respect to a person or opinion. I agree with you. So you are saying agree with because you are talking with respect to a person or opinion. But when you talk about the proposal or plan, she agreed to the proposal. She agreed to the proposal. Now in passive voice you understand now what is the meaning of active voice and passive voice? Active voice and passive voice you understand now? Active voice means subject is the hero and object is the side hero. Passive voice means object is the main hero and subject is the side hero. Ignore it. What we can do? For example, you are saying he was loved. He was loved. So he was laughed at. He was laughed at. So at the end preposition is there and this is acceptable. Don't get it wrong. He was laughed at. Now in the modern English, specifically in the question frames or in the passive structures, the preposition at the end is allowed. For example, you see this frame. He was laughed at. This is the book I was looking for. This is the book I was looking for. Preposition at the end. Whom are you talking to? Question frame. Whom are you talking to? So preposition at the end is allowed. Okay. Let us see the usage which are most common exam traps. What are the wrong usage? What are the correct one? Angry on him. Angry on him. Angry and agree follow the same thing. So angry on him is wrong. Angry with him is correct. Good in maths is wrong. Good at maths. At you are using when you are very specific. Interested on is wrong. Interested in is correct. Discuss about is wrong. Discuss about is wrong. Discuss is perfect. Okay. Order for tea is wrong. Simply order tea is correct. Let us do some questions. The committee finally decided to look into the matter before taking any action. He has no control over. No control over. Now you see those phrases we have discussed. Control over. She prides herself on. This is very important frame which may be asked in your exam. Pride herself on. Please keep it in your mind. If it comes in your examination, you have to follow this format exactly. She prides herself on her academic achievements. The manager was annoyed at, again, the first rule we have discussed. No one can account for. Just if you are much into English conversation or reading English books, then these questions are like child's play for you. Are you getting this? But specifically हिंदी मीडियम, जो हिंदी मीडियम वाले उनको दिक्कत होती है, क्योंकि अब इन सब के लिए अगर आप रूल ढूंढोगे तो रूल कोई नहीं है. ये एक ऐसा फ्रेम है जो इंग्लिश में यूज होता है. अब होता है का कोई लॉजिक नहीं है. That you have to keep in your mind. Okay. The theory is not consistent with, again, rule number 1, consistent with. He was convicted of. Again, the same rule, convicted of. Okay. Now, conviction word for your vocabulary, it has two different meaning. Conviction means a very strong commitment. Okay. And it is also used for criminals when charges are framed. When charges are framed. Charges are framed. So conviction can be used in both the ways. So you have to be very careful, okay, while dealing it in the vocabulary part. Conviction means very strong commitment. Belief is something when your eyes are closed. When you believe something, your eyes are closed. But when you have a conviction, your eyes are wide open and you are very having a strong commitment. The speaker digressed. Digress means deviated. So digressed from. Again, rule number 1. Now, how to remember this? Just keep on doing the practice. The success of the mission depended on. He is not immune to. Rule number 1. Just phrase you have to remember. The accused was charged with. Charged with. Again, rule number 1. Most of the preposition based questions you have to follow this. Abstain from. Rule number 1. Abstain from. The new policy is aimed at. Rule number 1. Are you getting this? He took exception to. Rule number 1. The officer was responsible for. Rule number 1. No rule for it. You have to just keep it in your mind. The more and more you do the practice, you will do it. Now let's talk about the conjunction. Conjunction means connecting words. Okay? Connecting words. So there are basically 3 types of conjunction. You can say coordinating, subordinating, and correlative. But I would suggest not to get into this, okay, because we are not learning language here. Let us try to solve the questions only. Okay? So let us take some examples of conjunction or connecting words. And, but, or, nor, yet, so, because, although, if, when, unless, both, and, either, or, neither, nor, not only, but also. Already most of these frames we have discussed, so we'll go a little faster now. Okay. Rule number 1, coordinating conjunction rule, parallelism. Joined elements must be grammatically parallel. Now this is very basic common sense, not a rule to just remember. He is intelligent and works hard. Now this is something which is not connected parallelly. Both the things which are connected, they should be identical to each other. She is intelligent and hardworking. This is more correct. This is more correct. But versus however. Where to use but, where to use however. Okay. So when you use however, you have to use the punctuation mark. For example, if you say he was tired, however he continued, this is wrong. The correct one is you have to use the punctuation. He was tired, comma, however, comma, he continued. Are you getting this? But you are using without any punctuation mark. But you are using without any punctuation mark. Anshu Rehane. Okay. Anshu Rehane is saying, sir, I am uncomfortable in speaking English, but understand and read and write well. Give some advice. See, there are 2 things. Okay, to solve this problem, you can do 2 things. One thing is the standard process that will take time. Another one is quick fix. If you want a quick fix, immediately you want to have better spoken English or you want to have little fluent English, you can join any English speaking course. But that I never recommend. That I never recommend because that is very unstructured. That is something which is imposed on you. That is not coming naturally. The long process, which takes at least 6 months, is start reading English stuff, start watching English movies. Initially, you will not understand. You will have less understanding. You will have less interest. But more and more you invest your time, more and more you read about new words, slowly you will pick up. Language is not something which has a formula. It comes naturally. A child who is who is who is born in America, you don't need to teach him English. Child who is from West Bengal, you don't need to teach him Bengali. Child who is born in Tamil Nadu, you don't need to tell him Tamil. Are you getting this or not? Someone who is born in North India, you don't need to teach him Hindi, at least for conversation, communication. So language comes naturally. If you want that, then you have to do that what I have told you for next 6 months. If you want a quick fix, join any English speaking course. Okay. Anyways, where to use because, although, though. Okay. Now please remember, if you are saying although he was poor but he was honest, you are using two conjunctions in one sentence. That is wrong. Because he was late, so he missed the train. Wrong. Rather, you should say, although he was poor, comma, he was honest. Because he was late, comma, he missed the train. So please remember, because, although, though, they are not used together, so that there is, are you getting this? Okay. Use of and, similar ideas. For example, work hard and you will succeed. So it may imply result, sequence, surprise, but I think whatever rules we have discussed, that is going to be more than sufficient to solve the questions. Use of or. When you talk about choices or alternatives, hurry up or you will miss the train. Use of nor, when there is a negative connotation or idea. He did not call me, nor he texts me. Now you are using two negation together, which is wrong. So rather you should say, he did not call me, comma, nor did he text me. Nor did he text me. Either or, neither nor, already we have discussed this frame, no need to discuss it. Where to use since or because? Because you are using when you have a very strong reason. Since you are using when you know the reason, but you don't know whether it is strong or not. As you are using when you have a very weak reason. Okay? When you have a very weak reason. So as per the intensity based questions were asked in the GATE examination in 2023, if you remember. GATE 2023 verbal aptitude intensity based ascending and descending order was asked in terms of vocabulary. So these type of frames can also be used. Because, strong reason. Since, known reason. You know the reason but not very sure about it. As, it means very weak. Okay? Is it clear? Although, though, even though. So all means contrast. But when you say even though, it means very strong emphasis. Even though he tried hard, he failed. So very strong emphasis is there. Then you are using even though. Just keep it in your mind, keep it in your frame that even though is used when it is a strong emphasis. Okay. While we are using in terms of multiple meanings. For example, when you talk in terms of comparison, when you compare two situations. So he is rich while his brother is poor. When you talk about time, while I was reading, he slept. So there are different frames in which while can be used. Unless. Unless means something which is not going to happen if something is not fulfilled. Means if this is not done, then something is not going to happen. Okay, so if you are saying unless you do not work hard, you will fail. This is wrong. Rather, you should say unless you work hard, you will fail. You cannot use two negations in one sentence. Okay, that is duplication. That is redundancy. So please keep it in your mind. Very important. Most of the time, people are not able to understand the mistake. Unless you work hard, you will fail. It is not unless you do not work hard. This is wrong. Lest. Lest is used in a formal sense and it is very frequently asked in the GATE level examinations. Okay. So the idea is means something is such because something is not something has not happened. Okay. So the frame is should plus verb. Lest he fails is wrong. Correct one here. Lest he should fail. Lest he should fail. Lest should he. Sorry, lest he should fail. Lest he should fail. So that versus in order. Where to use so that, where to use in order plus that. Both actually expresses the purposes, often followed by may, might, or can. For example, he spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. Okay. Similarly, you can use in order also. Than versus as. So already we have discussed he is senior to. Okay. He is as good as. We have already discussed this frame. That after certain verbs. So there are certain frames which you have to remember. After those words, we are using that. For example, insist that, suggest that, recommend that, demand that, propose that. Okay. So like rule number 1, you have to remember no conjunction after question words. I don't know that why he left. So the correct one is I don't know why he left. You don't need to use that. If it is a question statement, okay, if it is interrogative statement, then we are not using the conjunction like that. So you say, I don't know that why he left is wrong. Rather, you should say, I don't know why he left. Let us do some questions. No sooner, you already know the frame, it should be had. Why? Because no sooner had the data been processed than the anomaly became means second form of the verb. So you are using the first rule. So had is the correct one. Had is the correct one. He will not submit the report blank. The supervisor approves the methodology. So the correct one is unless. Until we are using when we talk about a time frame. Until is used when we talk about a time frame. Okay. So he will not submit the report unless the supervisor approves the methodology. So you are talking about a particular condition that if this is not happening, then this is not going to happen. Blank, the experiment was expensive, it yielded no significant result. So although the experiment was expensive, it yielded no significant result. Not only blank, the algorithm efficient, but it is also scalable. So you have to use the same frame, not only but also. Okay. So not only is the algorithm efficient, but it is also scalable. The proposal was rejected, comma, its technical soundness. Now you cannot use because comma is there. Okay. Comma is there. So you cannot use because, since, although. The correct one is despite. The proposal was rejected despite its technical soundness. Also, you are having the you can say you are having the unexpected result. Okay. There was technical soundness, but still the proposal was rejected. Despite something was there, but still the opposite one has happened. So the better usage or the better case is despite. So what is the lag? Is there any lag in video or audio? Audio, video, everything is clear? Just tell me yes or no. Memes for fun? Don't do it for fun. What lag? Is there any problem you're facing in the audio and video? Because one candidate is वॉइस अटक रही है बीच में. कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं वीडियो अटक रहा है. अच्छा. So battery is there. Let me just change the batteries. Now is it okay? Tell me yes or no. Now it is okay. There may be some internet issue, but I think now it should be okay. There may be some internet issue. Just tell me whether it is okay now, so that we can proceed. Okay. So this is okay. Why we are using despite, not using although? Because see, because actually you cannot use, since you cannot use, because and since you are using when you are giving the reason why something has happened. Because this, because, since this. Although and despite you are using when you expect something out of a particular event, but opposite is happening. Okay. The proposal was rejected despite its technical soundness. Technical soundness means if technically it was sound, then the proposal has to be rejected, has to be accepted. But what is happening is what we were thinking is not happening, something opposite is happening. So we are using despite. He worked overtime so that he could meet the deadline. So that. The system must be upgraded, blank, it will become obsolete. Obsolete means which is not very useful right now. Okay. Obsolete means not very used in recent times. So we are using two cases. Either one should happen or the other one is going to happen. So or. The system must be upgraded or it will become obsolete. Blank, the data was incomplete, the conclusions were drawn prematurely. So you are giving a reason why something has happened. So you cannot use though, okay. You can use because the data was incomplete, the conclusions were drawn prematurely. This is also okay. While is not the correct one. But if you see, as is going to be the more correct one here. Why? Tell me why. You remember that because you are using when it is very strong reason. Okay. So you are using as the data was incomplete, the conclusions were drawn prematurely. Neither the analyst nor the developers. Now the verb should conform to the nearest subject, that is plural. So you have to use were. Satisfied with the results. The device failed repeatedly. Blank, the design was theoretically robust. Again, something happened which was not expected. So since is wrong, because is wrong, therefore is wrong. The only remaining is though. Okay. Because the design was theoretically robust, it means it should not fail. But still the device has failed. So you are using though. The device failed repeatedly, though the design was theoretically robust. Hardly, now see that frame, hardly, had the test begun. So had plus third form of the verb. So this is second form of the verb in the later part. So with hardly we are using when. A is the correct one. He will proceed with the implementation, blank, there are objections. Unless, he will proceed with the implementation unless there are objections. The cost is high, the benefits justify the investment. When it is very strong emphasis. Now the cost is high, but still investment is being made to, because benefits are too very high. So even though you are using, even though strong contrast, even though cost is high, the benefits justify the investment. The model is accurate, blank, it lacks practical feasibility. When two things are like seesaw. Seesaw. So model is accurate, but it lacks practical feasibility. So you are using yet, not but and so. The engineer documented every step, blank, future discrepancies. Discrepancy means any error. Discrepancy means any error. Deviation from the normal behavior. Future discrepancies could be avoided. So that the engineer documented every step so that you are giving a reason. The team succeeded in spite of, this is halwa actually, in spite of limited resources. He refrained from, remember that phrase, refrained from commenting on. So A is the correct one. Agreed with the, see, when agree you are using in terms of proposal. So you have to use to. If you are agreeing with a person or opinion, then you are using agree with. So agreed to, okay, agreed to the proposal under certain, sorry, not under, on certain conditions. On certain conditions. Blank his experience, he struggled blank adapting to the new system. So something is happening which was not expected. So despite his experience, it means he was having the experience, still opposite has happened. He struggled in adapting to the new system. A is the correct one. The results were accepted by the committee, okay, with the committee, through the committee is wrong. This is wrong. Blank minor reservations. Reservations means when you have reservations, it means you do not agree to those particular ideas. Okay, suppose I'm saying I'm having reservations. What you are saying, I'm having some reservations. It means I do not agree to what you are saying right now. Okay. So committee, the results were accepted by the committee with minor reservations. So B is going to be the correct one, with minor reservations. So already conjunction we have discussed, I think 2 times it is pasted here. 2 times it is pasted. No problem. We have already done this, na? Conjunction we have done. Let's talk about interjection. See, interjection already we have discussed. It's not going to be a very important topic because very less possibility that you will be getting questions out of this. But there is a possibility that questions can be asked. So let me just see your comments. I was not able to see the comments. Okay. But there are some possibilities. So let us have a quick look on this interjection. So interjection is sudden heavy emotion that you know. Okay. Exclamation mark is there. So for example, we have, oh, wow, hey, alas, ouch. These kind of words we are having when we talk about exclamation mark. Okay. So there are certain frames. For example, hurrah, we won the match. Wow, what is a beautiful dress indeed. Oh my God. Wow, wow, oh ho. These kind of words can be used. Just leave this, okay, not required. If you have time, then you can just read it. Let us directly see the rules and then we'll see, then we'll go to the next topic. When a short interjection is used in the beginning of a sentence, it should be followed by a comma. Short interjections means it is not the actual interjection words, not the actual interjection words. For example, oh. So it is not that a strong feeling. So we are simply using comma, not the exclamation mark. Well, let's start the meeting. So comma, not the exclamation mark. Rule number 2, when interjection forms a sentence by itself, the interjection can be followed by a full stop, a question mark, or an exclamation mark. So this is the normal case how we are using the interjection words. When interjection is used in the middle of the sentence, the interjection has to be preceded and followed by a comma. So if you are using it in the middle of the sentence, then before and after you have to put comma. Okay. Okay, no need of this. Just leave it. It's too much for you. That also you can leave. Okay. Just directly coming to the questions. I forgot my wallet at home. Now, this is something which is not that much big in terms of grief or sadness. So you cannot use alas. You cannot use ouch. You cannot use happiness because you have forgotten your wallet. So the correct one is oh. Oh, I forget my wallet at home. Choose the sentence with correct punctuation. Now you see, wow, what a beautiful place. Now please remember this rule. For interjection statements, the exclamation mark is being used both with the exclamation word and at the end of the statement. If the frame is like this, you are saying, wow, what a beautiful place. It means this is also sudden heavy emotion, this is also sudden heavy emotion. So you are placing exclamation mark at the end also. But I am saying less possibility that this is going to be asked. But because we are reading it, so we have to read it. The child fell off the bicycle. Okay, so this is not something to be happy. This is not something to give motivation. This is not something to highlight some incident. It is something where you show your concern. Oops, the child fell off the bicycle. Choose the most suitable interjection. I finally solved the problem. It means it is going to be sudden, happy emotions. So, hara. Hara, I finally solved the problem. It's not hurrah. So let us talk about the determiners. Determiners, we are only going to focus on the. We are only going to focus on the because rest I think easily I have discussed also and you can do also. But rules for the usage of the, we are going to discuss. What are determiners? Determiners are those words which come before noun and they give us some information about the quantity, position, definiteness, distance or the reference. Okay. But they can never function as noun or the main noun themselves. Okay. So you are using a or an. You are using a or an for singular countable one. Okay. When it is not specific. I already discussed that. A and you are using when you are not sure. Okay. For example, you are saying, I bought a pen, but you are not sure. If you say, I bought the pen, it means you are very sure about it. She is an engineer. An engineer. Engineer, when you pronounce, the initial sound is a vowel sound. A-E-I-O-U. Engineer. So you are using an. So already I have discussed this. Let us talk about the rules for the usage of the. It is used when the noun is known, specific, or unique. It means when you are sure about it. Or something which is previously mentioned. I saw a dog. The dog was barking. So already mentioned. When something exists only or only one is existing. There is no other you can say form. For example, sun, only one. Earth, only one. Equator, only one. Superlatives and ordinals. Superlatives and ordinals. Already we have discussed. Before the superlative degree, we are using the. Ordinals means the counting. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. So we are saying the first chapter, the second chapter. Okay, ordinals means numbers. With the musical instruments, for musical instruments also we are using the. He plays the guitar. Now this frame you have to remember. Don't remember this rule. Again, repeatedly I am saying, we are not learning English. I am just enabling you to solve problems in the GATE examination. So the moment you see a musical instrument, you just identify whether the is used or not. So the guitar. Name of the oceans, rivers, mountain ranges, something which is unique, not having the other case, not having the alternative. Mountain ranges, groups, for example, the Pacific, the Nile, the Himalayas, the United States. Okay. He is best player, wrong. He is the best player. Okay. This you can leave. This also you can leave. Already we have discussed it. This you can leave. This you can leave. Let us directly come to the question part. Let us directly come to the question part. She bought. Now you tell me, an umbrella or a umbrella? So you are getting vowel sound. So an umbrella. She bought an umbrella from the market. Blank. Children likes chocolates. Children like chocolates. If you say the children like chocolates, wrong. A children like chocolate, wrong. And children like chocolate, wrong. Because children represent a class or a category. It's not one. Are you getting this? It's not one. He is honest. It's not honest. It's not honest. वैभव केरकर. ओके, तो वहां आपने जो पढ़ा था ना, उसका 3x 4x आज हम पढ़ रहे हैं. तो ये क्लास मत छोड़ना. मैंने बहुत सारी नई चीजें भी ऐड करी हैं, तो ये मत सोचना कि वो पहले पढ़ा था तो अब जरूरत नहीं है. सेशन देख लेना, 4-5 घंटे का सेशन है, तो आपको बेनिफिट करेगा. So it's not honest, it's honest. So he is an honest man. Very simple. There is blank milk left in the jug. So milk, can you count it? No. So you cannot use few. And you are saying some milk is there. It means it has a positive idea. So you cannot use little, because little alone is negative. You should say a little. There is a little milk left in the jug. She plays, again see, musical instrument. So what is the correct one? The. She plays the piano very well. Blank of the two answers is correct. Now here you can say either also and neither also. Either of the two answers is correct. Neither of the two answers is correct. Both are correct. So this question is actually giving little confusion, because if you say either of the two answers is correct, it means at least one of them is correct. If you are saying neither of the two answers is correct, it means no one is correct. I have blank friends in this city. Now you see, if you say I have few friends in the city, it is a negative idea. If you say I have a few friends in the city, at least some friend you are having. You cannot say little, because little is for uncountable. Number of friends you can count. So we are using few. Now it is up to you. Now this is not MSQ. Till now MSQ has not been asked. So very less chances that they will ask MSQ in the aptitude section. Maybe if they are asking, then that is a new case. So out of these two, if you have to choose, what you will choose? Few or a few? You have to choose always the positive one. Okay, I have a few friends in this city. Blank, water in this bottle is contaminated. Now you are talking about water in the bottle. It means you are very sure which water you are talking about. So definite article the. The water in this bottle is contaminated. He wasted blank time waiting for her. Now time is something you cannot count. So not many, not few, not several. Rather you should say much. He wasted much time waiting for her. Blank student must carry his ID card. Now when you say that every member in the group is accounted for, so you are using every. When you are accounting every member of the group, so every student must carry his ID card. All students must carry his ID card is wrong, because that his is related to one at a time. His is related to one at a time. I hope it is clear. Little money he has stolen. Now if you say little, already little is there, so not possible. A little, if you say, it means at least some money. Sorry, you are saying little money he had was stolen. Okay, उसके पास जितना पैसा था वो चोरी हो गया. So little is not possible. A little money he had was stolen. It means उसके पास थोड़ा सा पैसा था जो कि चोरी हो गया. But अब तुम्हारे पास चॉइस है कि तुम a little बोलो या The little bolo. Whether to go with B option or C option. Now when you say a little, it means it is positive. When you say the little, it means it is positive plus you are very sure what you are talking about. So you are talking about the money he was having which was stolen. So C is going to be the correct one. Blank, these suggestions are useful. So all is going to be the correct one. All these suggestions are useful. Okay, whole these suggestions not a good frame, not a right frame. Every these suggestions not right. Much is not right. She is blank European citizen. Now you are talking about singular case, and European AEIOU starts with a, yes, vowel sound or consonant sound? European. Yes. University. So this is consonant, not vowel. So you are using A. Because the sound is Y, not U. Are you getting that? He does not have blank idea about the plan. Any. He does not have any idea about the plan. Honesty is appreciated everywhere. Now, no need of any article. The honesty is wrong. An honesty is also not required. A is not possible. Okay, so simply no article is required here. Honesty is appreciated everywhere. She has little patience. Okay, what you have to do? You have to find the error in the statement. Okay, part of the statement. She has little patience to deal. She has the little patience to deal with such issue. Now, when you say the little, it is positive plus a specific. But actually the frame here is that he is not having any patience. So you will go with, this is wrong. Okay, you have to identify the part of the statement which has error. So B is having the error, the little. It should be simply little. She has little patience to deal with such an issue. He is the best player in his team. This the is not required. So C. Every student were given. This also, actually this question is wrong because it is every student, not student. So this S is wrong. Also it should be was. Every student was given an identity card. So both B and C are having error. Both B and C are having the error. So you can take it as MSQ. The information you have, the information you gave me are incorrect. Okay. The information you gave me are incorrect. Now see, information you have to use the singular case because this is something you cannot count. So information you gave me is incorrect. So C is having the error. C is having the error. She gave me an advice. Now again, advice is something you cannot count. So it is simply advice, not an advice. She gave me advice yesterday. Okay. So this was all about the parts of speech we have to discuss. Okay, we have discussed up to determiners. Now we are going to talk about reading comprehension. Reading comprehension is another important pattern which is very frequently asked in the GATE examination. How to solve the questions? I will give you some ideas. The basic construct is that maybe some passage is given, generally small passage is given. You have to read this passage carefully and the related question you have to answer. Now the basic idea is there are cases when you read something, when you read a passage, maybe you are already having some amount of information for that idea, that topic. So when you answer the related question, your mind actually try to fool you. And that is why you do the mistake. What you have to do is, whenever you answer the questions related to reading comprehension, you have to restrict yourself within the four boundaries of the data given. Whatever passage is saying, that you have to take as truth. You should not assume anything. You should not expect anything. Whatever is given as it is, you have to take it. As it is, you have to take it. Is it clear? Let us see some basic rules. The first thing you have to do is understand the purpose of the passage. Before answering anything, you have to identify why this passage has been written. Somebody who has written this passage, what is the intention? What is the motive of the passage? Okay. So in general, passages or anything is written to inform, to argue, to analyze, to criticize, to compare, or to propose a solution. Okay. Because that will give you a chain of thought so that you can think in some specific line. Then before you answer the question, you ask yourself, what is the author trying to do? The second thing, okay? So it gives you the main idea of the passage, what could be the possible title of the passage, what is the tone of the passage, whether it is sarcastic, whether it is analytical, or what it is, or some related questions. The moment you do this exercise while reading the passage, almost there is a possibility that the question that you have to answer is almost you are having the answer. Most of the time they are asking this only. Okay, what is the tone? What is the inference? What is the main idea? What could be the possible title? When you read the passage, you read it actively, not passively. It means you don't read it like you are reading a novel, because you have very limited time to answer the question. And reading comprehension is one type of question in verbal ability. Code with Alok. Okay. Now it is okay. So reading comprehension is one type of questions asked in verbal ability where you need a little bit of time. So time is going to be very crucial, very important. Okay. So it is very important that you read the passage very attentively, all your brain working parallelly. Are you getting this? And be ready for the critical words, because, however, therefore. Okay, you cannot circle it in the screen, but at least you should mention it in your scribble pad, or uh, have a marking in your brain that this is something from where questions can be asked. Okay, so you have to see for the keywords, contrast words, however, although, but. Is there any conclusions? Okay, related examples, whatever is given. Do not bring outside knowledge. This is one of the most common mistakes students do while solving the questions in the reading comprehension. Now, once you complete one reading, then you directly go to the questions. Why? Because suppose in one reading, you are not getting 100% of the idea about the passage. Maybe the language is very difficult. Maybe you are not comfortable with reading that point of time. For the second time when you are going for the reading, before that you read the question. Because that will give you the direction in which direction you have to read the passage finally. Okay. Now, this is also one important type of questions asked in the reading comprehension, that you have to give the inference. Inference means what you understand out of something given in the passage. Now, please understand, he is not asking your point of view. One of the most fundamental mistake by candidates, they are not asking your point of view. They are asking the passage point of view. Author who has written that passage, his point of view, not your point of view. So please don't bring your ideas into this. Are you getting that? Now let us do some questions. Let us do some questions. Okay. So there is one passage. We'll do some questions related to passage. Okay, then we'll move to the vocabulary part. Are you okay? Are you comfortable? Okay. Now I will tell you how to highlight the important critical words so that you can get some more speed and accuracy over these type of. नहीं, पहले क्वेश्चन नहीं पढ़ना भाई. Memes for fun. First reading is without question. After first reading, go to the question. Then, if required, go for another reading. Sandwich. Okay. In recent years, automation has significantly altered the nature of work across many industries. Underline the word significantly. Any extreme word you have to underline. While machines and algorithms have improved efficiency and reduced human error, they have also raised concerns regarding employment. Now, till this second statement, you are getting some idea that first statement he is talking about automation. Second statement, he is talking about the employment. So you understand that it is about how the new technology is replacing the human labor. Some idea you are getting. Okay. Contrary to popular belief, now you have to circle this. Now there is a twist. Automation does not merely eliminate jobs, instead it transforms them. Now there is a turn. Up to the second statement, he was saying that technology is replacing the job. Now he is saying, but the reality is different. Contrary means opposite. Many routine and repetitive tasks are increasingly handled by machines. It means those tasks which are routine and repetitive, machines are replacing them majorly, allowing human workers to focus on tasks that require creativity, problem solving, and emotional intelligence. However, next part of the passage, however, a strong word, there is a turn. This transition is not without challenges. Workers whose skills are narrowly defined often find it difficult to adapt to new roles created by technological change. As a result, the demand for continuous learning and skill development has increased. Now he is also giving you solution. First, he has raised the problem, then he analyzed the problem. Now he is giving you the solution of the problem. He is saying, as a result, the demand for continuous learning and skill development has increased. Educational institutions and employers now play a critical role in equipping individuals with adaptable skills rather than training them for a single static professions. The long-term impact of automation, now comes the conclusion part. The long-term impact of automation on employment therefore depends less on the technology itself and more on how societies prepare their workforce to engage with them. Let us see the question. The primary purpose of the passage. Primary purpose of the passage. We know what is the primary purpose of the passage. Let's see what could be the possible answer. Argue that automation leads to large-scale unemployment. Wrong. He is just trying to mention that there is a possibility that technology is going to replace the human labor. But this is a generalistic statement. What is generalistic statement? Jhadu marna. Most of the time in the reading comprehension, generalistic statements are going to be wrong. Generalistic statements are going to be wrong. Is it clear? So argue that automation leads to large-scale employment. It is jhadu lagana. So this is wrong. Explain how automation affects job roles and skill requirements. This is quite close. Criticize educational institutions. This is wrong. Nowhere in the passage the author has criticized. So this is extra information. Highlight the superiority of machines over machine. Completely wrong. So B is the correct one. I hope you are getting this. You are also getting this. Second question on this. According to the passage, which type of tasks are increasingly performed by machines? Tasks which are routine, okay, not creative one, not having emotional intelligence, routine and repetitive tasks. So within one go, you are able to answer the question. The passage suggests that automation primarily replaces human workers permanently. This is wrong. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Reduces the importance of education. This is completely wrong. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Increases demand for narrowly defined skills. This is also completely wrong. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Changes the nature of human work. This is correct. D is the correct one. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage? It means what conclusion you can draw. Automation benefits all workers equally. This is wrong, because those workers which are having routine or repetitive jobs, they are going to be replaced and they have to acquire new skills. Workers with adaptable skills are better positions for the change. Yes, this is what actually the passage is trying to say. Technology alone determines employment trends. This is wrong. Emotional intelligence is no longer important. This is wrong. So B is the correct one. According to the author, the long-term impact of automation depends on what? The last line of the passage, if you remember, the last line of the passage, the long-time effect of automation. The long-time impact of automation on employment, therefore, depends less on the technology, more on how societies prepare their workforce to engage with it. Directly, you find the answer here. Directly, you find the answer here. Okay? So how societies prepare their workforce, C is the correct one. Which of the following best describes the author's tone? Author की tone इसमें क्या है? Alarmist, क्या कोई खतरे की घंटी बज रही है? क्या कोई तूफान आने वाला है? क्या कोई ज्वालामुखी फटने वाला है? तो alarmist तो नहीं है. Neutral and analytical, highly critical तो नहीं है, सबकी बुराई तो नहीं कर रहा है. Optimistic and emotional तो नहीं है, न्यूट्रल एंड एनालिटिकल है. मतलब ना किसी की बढ़ाई कर रहा है, ना किसी की अच्छाई कर रहा है. जो जैसा है वो दे रहा है आपके सामने और उसको एनालाइज करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. सो बी इज द करेक्ट वन. Which statement is not supported in the passage? Now see, in these type of questions you have to be very careful, because you have to see not, which is not there in the passage. Automation can reduce human error. Actually, in the passage, he is saying that with the coming of automation, machine is always have better efficiency. Okay, so this is okay. It is supported by the passage. B, educational institutions must adapt to technological changes. This is also there. Automation eliminates the need for human creativity. This is completely wrong. Nowhere mentioned in the passage. Continuous learning has become more important. This is also there in the passage. So C is not supported by the passage. Is it clear? Are you able to do this question? Tell me yes or no. Are you able to do this question? Let us do some more questions on reading comprehension. Then we'll go for vocabulary also. Okay. Vocabulary, synonym, antonyms. Now this is one question reading comprehension passage. Only one question is there. First one was lengthy one. Technological progress often brings efficiency, but it also creates uncertainty. Ab dekho, critical word is but. It means one side he is saying that technology brings efficiency. Other side he is saying that it creates uncertainty. While new tools can simplify tasks, they may require workers to acquire additional skills. Organizations that invest in employee training tend to adapt more smoothly to such changes. The passage primarily suggests that technological process eliminates the need of human worker, nowhere mentioned in the passage. Increases organizations' uncertainty without benefits, nowhere mentioned in the passage. Requires skill development for effective adaptation. This is what the passage is trying to say. C is the correct one. If you read the passage carefully, most of the time within one reading you are able to answer it. Next question. Standardized testing is frequently criticized for encouraging rote learning. Rote learning, you understand? When you try to remember things. However, critical word, however, when designed carefully, such tests can access conceptual understanding and analytical ability rather than mere memorization. What is standardized testing? Standardized testing means when you want to know the capability of a candidate. So you have some tests and you want to standardize them. It is frequently criticized for encouraging rote learning, because if you see, if the test is going to be on a predefined path, so everybody will try to read those particular books, do particular courses, and try to break the barrier. So there is a possibility that standardized testing is going to encourage rote learning. This is correct. However, when designed carefully, such tests can access conceptual understanding and analytical ability rather than mere memorization. This is also true. If these tests are standardized in such a way that they focus on the creativity part or the technical or analytical ability part, then they are going to be better. Which of the following best reflects the author's view? Standardized tests are inherently flawed. This is wrong. It is not mentioned. He is saying that if they are designed carefully, they are going to be much better. Rote learning is unavoidable in assessment. This is wrong. Nowhere mentioned. Well-designed test can evaluate higher order skills. This is correct. This is what the author is trying to say. If you practice a little bit, reading comprehension questions you can do very easily. Urban expansion has reduced green spaces in many cities, contributing to environmental concern. Nonetheless, recent urban planning initiatives aim to integrate sustainability into development projects. Okay? So one side he is highlighting the problem, other side he is giving you the other view also, which is good. What is the main focus of the passage? Causes of environmental pollution? No. Failure of urban planning? No. Relationship between urban growth and sustainability? Yes. Question number 11. Scientific consensus. Consensus means coming to the same point, same platform. Coming to some agreement. Scientific consensus evolves as the new evidence emerge. The revision of earlier theories does not weaken science, rather it reflects the self-correcting nature of the scientific inquiry. It means when Newton was there, what Newton said was truth. When Einstein came, some of Newton's theories got rejected. So the passage is trying to say that the self-inquiring nature of the science is not actually negative for the science, actually it is positive. So the passage implies that scientific revision indicates inconsistency in the scientific methods. Wrong. Weakens public trust in science. This is wrong because nowhere it has mentioned public trust. Demonstrates science ability to improve itself. Yes, this is what the passage is trying to say. Remote work has increased flexibility for employees. Remote work means working from home. But it also demands greater self-discipline. Without clear boundaries, productivity may decline despite reduced commuting time. Commuting time means time which is consumed when somebody is going from office place to home or home to office place. So the intention of the passage is that if you are working from home, your commutation time is reduced. So ideally the productivity should increase. But what is happening is the reverse. Why it is happening? Because of lack of self-discipline. So the author suggests that remote work always improves productivity. Wrong. Requires strong self-management skills. Yes. Unsuitable for most employees. Wrong. Reduces the importance of time management. Wrong. B is the correct one. Next passage. Economic growth measured solely by GDP. GDP means gross domestic product. It is a parameter which is used to measure the growth of any country's economy. Okay, I hope you have some idea. So he's saying the economic growth measured solely by GDP may overlook aspects such as income distribution and quality of life. So GDP actually tells you the quantum, 5 trillion economy, but how this 5 trillion is distributed is not being reflected in the calculation of GDP. That is what the first statement is saying. As a result, alternative indicators are increasingly being considered, and that is the reason economists are trying to get some more indicators to give the real picture of the economy, how the fruits of the development have been distributed. So the passage argues that GDP is a comprehensive measure of development, not written in the passage. Accurately reflects the quality of life. Wrong. Should be supplemented with other indicators. Yes. Let us talk about jumbled and parajumbled. Jumbled and parajumbled. What is the difference between jumbled and parajumbled? See, jumbled means you have to make a coherent sequencing in the given statements. Parajumbled means starting and end sentences are fixed. In between these starting and end statements, you have to make the coherent sequencing of the sentences out of the given options. Okay, that is the difference between jumbled and parajumbled. Now, there is no need to have any specific theory about it. The simple idea is, I will tell you first the simple idea, then I will tell you the process. The simple idea is, you always think in such a way that if I'm talking to you something, how do I start my conversation? I first introduce the topic, then I tell you some discussion, and then there is conclusion. This is the natural flow of conversation or communication. This is what you should follow. So you start from general statements, then you go little specific, and then you give the final conclusion. This is the basic idea how to solve the questions related to jumbled and parajumbled. What are some of the important steps to solve related questions? Identify the opening statement, the starter rule. What is the starter rule? Now, please remember, any passage or conversation or communication is not going to start with some critical words like because, however, therefore, thus, hence, although, because these are the words you are using when you analyze something or you give some conclusion. So starting is not going to be started with these words. So the sentences which you are having with these words, you can directly cancel that, they are not possible. So for the introductory or the first statement, generally a topic is introduced, a definition is introduced, a generalistic statement is made, or there is some time reference. Okay, suppose you are saying since 1925. So you are just putting the base, you are setting the background. So you can identify the starting sentence. For example, you are saying in recent years, artificial intelligence has transformed many industries. Now, it is a generalistic statement. It means you are starting a conversation. Now you will talk about it. So this could be a possible starting statement. Find the closing statement. The closing statement is generally having the summary, the result, the impact, the future implications. Some of the common words are therefore, thus, hence, as a result, finally. So with these words, you can identify the concluding statement or the last statement. For example, you are saying, thus ethical regulations of AI is essential for sustainable growth. So this could be the possible last statement. Look for mandatory pairs. If you are going to find what is the correct sequence in one go, that may be not possible. Maybe that is not that easy. So what you have to do, you have to identify the pair. Pair means what? Suppose in one statement he is saying Ram. In the other statement he is saying he. So the statement which is having the name should come first. Then only you can use it in the next statement. You can say he or she if it is a female. Are you getting this or not? So there is a pronoun rule. Okay. For example, you are saying the smartphone has changed communication. It has become an essential tool. So you are using it in place of a smartphone. So after A, B should come. So similarly, you can identify some pair of given statements very easily so that you can crack the answer. Is it clear? This is not required. Okay, this already I have explained. Already explained. One more method of solving the questions related to jumbled and parajumbled. This is also one of the most favorite category from where questions are asked in the GATE examination. That is jumbled and parajumbled. That you try to eliminate the options. Try to eliminate the options. You see what pair is not possible, that you check in the option. From there also you can get the answer. Okay. Also, okay. So the general rule is find the starting sentence, Identify mandatory pairs, detect the connectors, arrange middle statements logically, and find the ending sentence. Let us do some questions. Okay, let us do some questions. See, as a result, it means you are talking about a conclusion, so it cannot start with A. If it cannot start with A, so let us see the options. So A is not a possibility, so you are starting with B. So starting statement is fixed. Starting statement is fixed, B. Okay, so you are starting with B. Fossil fuels are rapidly depleting worldwide. You are starting with B. Now, after B, what are the possibilities? After B, there could be A or C. After B, there could be A or C. So let us check. Fossil fuels are rapidly depleting worldwide. Governments are investing heavily in solar and wind power. Now you see, in this statement, you are talking about government is investing in solar and wind power. Opening statement, you are talking about fossil fuels are rapidly depleting worldwide. But you're not able to find the connection. You're not able to find the connection between B and C. B and C, you are not able to find. So let us go with B and A. As a result, renewable energy is gaining global attention. As a result, renewable energy is gaining global attention. So there is a possibility because fossil fuels are rapidly depleting worldwide. So as a result, renewable energy is gaining global attention. So after B, there is a possibility A can go. So if after B we are having A, so A should be the correct answer, B, A, C, D. B, A, C, D. So this we have fixed. Let us check C and D. So fossil fuels are rapidly depleting worldwide. As a result, renewable energy is gaining global attention. Governments are investing heavily in solar and wind power. Perfect. This shift is necessary to ensure long-term energy security. What is the correct answer? The correct answer is B, A, C, D. The correct answer is B, A, C, D. This is wrong. B, A, C, D is the correct one. Here the answer given is wrong. Okay, don't go with this answer. Are you getting this? परोहा जी इज आस्किंग नोट्स कहां मिलेगा? नोट्स आपको गीक्स फॉर गीक्स की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट पर मिल जाएगा. ठीक है, यू विल गेट द नोट्स एट द ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट ऑफ गीक्स फॉर गीक्स. आर यू गेटिंग दिस? तो इसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम है, इसको अवॉइड करना. हमने जो किया है वो सही किया है. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. I will not solve all the problems because we are running out of time. So I will just do some problems. Remaining problems, you will get the PDF. You can do it as part of your homework. Okay. However, you cannot start a passage with however. So A is not the possible starting one. So A is not possible. So you are starting with B. You are starting with B. After B, what are the possibilities? Either it is A or C. Either it is A or C. Either it is A or C. Okay. So we are starting with B. Smartphones have become an integral part of modern life. Okay. Let us check whether A is possible. Smartphones have become an integral part of modern life. However, excessive screen time can negatively affect mental health. Okay. So after B, A is possible. Let us check C. Many people rely on them for work, communication, and entertainment. So after B, C is also possible, and C is more general. A is directly coming to a conclusion. C is more general. So chances are that after B we have C. Okay. So let us have after C, what are the possibilities? After B, if it is C, either it is A or it is D. Either it is A or it is D. So smartphones have become an integral part of modern life. Many people rely on them for work, communication, and entertainment. However, excessive screen time can negatively affect mental health. So A goes well. Therefore, balanced usage is essential. So BCAD is the correct sequence. BCAD is the perfect. BCAD is the correct sequence. BCAD. B is the correct one. So I hope these questions you can do. I'm just jumping a little bit because I have to cover a lot of things. So I hope you will do these questions as your homework. Somewhere around I have, how many questions I'm having? So 10 questions. 2 questions I have done, 8 questions you have to do as part of your homework because we are having limited time. Okay, so we are just trying to do things. Now let us come to the most important OG, you can say. Okay, OG, you understand what is the meaning of OG? Gen Alpha? Yes? Yes, going for next topic. See, vocabulary is that part of verbal aptitude which is, yes, is that part which actually frightens every single candidate, whether he or she is rank 1 or the last one. The last one. And there is a myth how to prepare vocabulary for GATE examination in such short span of time. So my answer to this problem is that please accept that you cannot prepare vocabulary for GATE examination in this much short span of time. If you ask me for GATE 2027, I can give you number of solutions. But for GATE 2026, I don't have a solution per se, but I have a smart approach. What is that smart approach? Instead of going for vocabulary words, I will tell you some root words. Just keep those root words, how they are used while forming a word, and what is their meaning. If that you can relate, most of the words, even if you don't get the exact meaning, but you will get the essence, you will get some idea about the word. So that is what we are going to do here. That is what we are going to do here. Okay. Okay. That is what we are going to do here. For example, there are some prefix, or you can say some suffix, prefix or suffix. Prefix means something which comes before a word. Suffix means something which comes after a word. For example, if you talk about prefix, anti, if you see this word anti, it means against. Most of the time, the general meaning is against. If you have this prefix beni, like beneficial, like beneficial, like benign, like benevolent, then it has something related to positive. It is something related to good. Mal, mal prefix, if it is there, this is also related to something having a negative connotation, like malicious, malpractice. Some examples you can take. Then we have pre. Pre means before. Pre means before. Post means after. Post means after. Is it clear? Let us talk about some suffix. Logy. Ology or logy. So ology or logy means the study of something. Means the study of something. Phobia is related to fear. For example, I am giving you one word. Claustrophobia. Claustrophobia means fear of closed spaces. Fear of closed spaces. You must have witnessed some of the people. You must have witnessed some of the people. The moment they enter, gate phobia. Okay. I just told you that how to deal with it. देखो दो ही चीजें हैं. दो ही चीजें हैं युद्ध में. या तो तुम्हें दूसरे को मारना पड़ेगा या दूसरा तुम्हें मार देगा. तीसरी चीज है ही नहीं. ऐसा नहीं होता है कि युद्ध लड़ने गए वहां जाके लूडो सांप सीढ़ी खेल रहे हैं कि लाल वाली मेरी पीली वाली तेरी. तो युद्ध है जीवन का ये. तो इसमें या तो तुमको मरना पड़ेगा या तुम्हें मारना पड़ेगा. आई होप तुम मेरी बात समझ पा रहे हो. यस और नो? और मैंने डिस्कवरी पे एक चीज देखी थी, पता है क्या? उसने बहुत पहले देखी थी, उसने मेरे जीवन की सोच को ही बदल के रख दिया हमेशा के लिए। मैं डिस्कवरी पे थोड़ा बहुत देखता रहता हूँ, मुझे थोड़ा इंटरेस्ट आता है, मैं थोड़ा ओटीटी ज्यादा नहीं देखता हूँ, मूवीज नहीं देखता हूँ, गाने सुनने अच्छे लगते हैं मुझे, लेकिन ये जो नेचर से रिलेटेड होता है अच्छा लगता है। मैंने देखा कि एक हिरन ने एक बच्चे को जन्म दिया। जैसे ही उस हिरन ने उस बच्चे को जन्म दिया और वो बच्चा जमीन पे पहली बार खड़ा होने की कोशिश कर रहा था, पीछे से एक टाइगर आया और वो उसको पकड़ लेता है और उसी की मां के सामने उसको खा जाता है। उस दिन मेरे दिमाग से बहुत सारे चश्मे उतर गए। मतलब मैं जो कुछ सोचता था समाज के बारे में, जीवन के बारे में, वो बहुत कुछ बदल गया। और उसकी मां वहीं खड़े देखती रही, वो उसको खा रहा था। कि जीवन उतना आइडियल आदर्श है नहीं जितना हम सोचते हैं। यहां पे जो ताकतवर है, जो बड़ी मछली है, वो छोटी मछली को खाएगी ही खाएगी। अब वो भगवान ने डिसाइड किया है या भगवान उसकी सजा देंगे वो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन समाज ऐसे ही चलता है। जो ताकतवर है, जिसके पास डंडा है, वो कमजोर को जरूर मारेगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। तो हमेशा आप जब अपने लाइफ में किसी ऐसे मोमेंट में हो जब आपको लगे कि वो मोमेंट आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, जैसे ये गेट का एग्जाम आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो सिर्फ इसमें एक ही बात है जो आपको जिता सकती है, और वो है डू और डाई। दूसरा इसमें 0 और 1 है, तीसरा कुछ नहीं है। डू और डाई का मतलब ये नहीं है कि वहां गेट एग्जाम में गए, अच्छा नहीं हुआ तो कंप्यूटर में अपना सर मार दिया, ये मतलब नहीं है। डू और डाई का मतलब ये है अपना अपनी पूरी ताकत लगा देना, ये मतलब है ना? कुछ लोग समझ नहीं पाते हैं, मैं थोड़ा इनडायरेक्ट वे में बोल रहा हूं, पता चला गेट का एग्जाम खराब हुआ, कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन पे सर मार, ये नहीं करना बाबू। डू और डाई का मतलब है गिव योर बेस्ट। डू और डाई का मतलब है गिव योर बेस्ट। आर यू रीडिंग दिस? से यस और नो? ठीक है, ठीक है। चलो चलो, सो यू गॉट इट, ओके? जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट। तो हम बड़ी अच्छी अच्छी बातें करेंगे अभी, जरा थोड़ा धैर्य रखो। अभी हम वोकैबुलरी के बारे में बड़ी मजेदार बातें करने वाले हैं, ओके? चलो ठीक है, तो सुनो। तो क्लास्टरोफोबिया है ना? अब देखो, अब जो स्मार्ट बच्चा होगा, मैं इस पे थोड़ा सा रुका, मैंने आपको थोड़ा पॉज किया और मोटिवेट किया, क्यों? क्योंकि यहां कुछ एक्स्ट्रा काम करना है। क्या एक्स्ट्रा काम करना है? आपके पास इस जनरेशन का सबसे पावरफुल हथियार है, वो है मोबाइल। और वो मोबाइल क्या कह रहा है? वो मोबाइल ये कह रहा है, हमारे समय में हमको एक शब्द की मीनिंग भी देखनी होती थी, भाई सच बता रहा हूं, झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूं, डिक्शनरी जाना पड़ता था। आज भी मेरे पास मेरी डिक्शनरी के नोट्स हैं, डिक्शनरी के नोट्स, वो जो ऑक्सफोर्ड की डिक्शनरी आती थी इतनी मोटी, पता नहीं कितने वर्ड्स के मैंने नोट्स बनाए थे। अच्छा, इसका मतलब ये होता है, इसका मतलब ये होता है। तुम्हारे पास है मोबाइल, तो जब भी खाली बैठो, कुछ पॉइंट्स मैं बता रहा हूं वो लिख लो। जैसे मैंने बोला क्लास्टरोफोबिया, अब कम से कम 20 तरीके के फोबिया हैं। हाइट का फोबिया, इसका फोबिया, उसका फोबिया। वो वर्ड्स एक बार देख लो, हो सकता है उसमें से कोई वर्ड फंस जाए, ठीक है? जैसे मैंने एक आपको बता दिया, क्लास्टरोफोबिया, फियर ऑफ क्लोज्ड स्पेसेस। अगर सफिक्स में लेस आ रहा है, सफिक्स में अगर लेस आ रहा है, इसका मतलब विदाउट। अब ऐसे कई सारे वर्ड आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं, रिलेट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? बेटा गेट से रिलेटेड जो भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपको ले जाने हैं ना, देखो गेट का, इस पे हम अलग से बात कर लेंगे, है ना? अभी सेशन पूरा करना है हमको, इस पे हम अलग से बात कर लेंगे। आप अपना एक आईडी प्रूफ भी ले जाएंगे, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं उसके लिए अलग से अभी हम सेशंस करेंगे, परेशान मत हो। चलो नेक्स्ट हम बात करते हैं। अच्छा, कुछ ऐसे वर्ड्स के पेयर हैं जो देखने में एक जैसे लगते हैं। देयर आर सम पेयर ऑफ वर्ड्स व्हिच लुक्स लाइक क्वाइट सेम बट दे हैव अ completely different set of meaning. For example, affect and effect. Now see, effect, when you say, when you start with e, it is in noun, so it's talk about the impact or the result. Are you getting this? When you say affect, then it is a verb. So please remember this. Please remember this. Advise C and advise S. I told you. Similarly, this. Eminent and imminent. Eminent means someone who is prestigious. Imminent means something which is about to happen. Imminent. Imminent. High possibility of happening recently. Accept and accept. Similar words. Accept to receive, accept to exclude. Okay, just note down these small things. You will get more confidence in vocabulary. Root words related to life, human mind. For example, bio. Wherever you see this root word bio, it is somewhere related to life. For example, biology or biologically or biography. It is something which is related to life. For example, if you say biography, what is the difference between biography and autobiography? What is the difference between biography and autobiography? If I am writing the story of my life, then it is autobiography. For example, Gandhi ji has written my experiments with truth, the story of my experiments with truth. So when you are writing yourself, it is autobiography. When somebody else is writing, then it is biography. Okay? Psycho word is related to mind. For example, psychology. How your mind works. Psycho. So every root word you have to relate to a word which you know. So you will get to know the meaning automatically. Psycho is related to mind. Psychology. Psychotic. Okay, psychotic. Anthrop. Anthrop is related to human. Anthropology. Anthropology. Misanthrope. Who is misanthrope? Misanthrope is a person who hate other humans. Who hate other humans. That is misanthrope. Dem, related to people, like democracy, epidemic. What is the difference between epidemic and pandemic? Epidemic and pandemic. COVID was a pandemic or epidemic? Epidemic is related to very small area comparatively. And pandemic is spreading over a very large area, even including number of countries. For example, COVID was a pandemic. Okay, that is the difference. Okay. So dem, you can relate to democracy, epidemic. Anim, life or soul, animate, animation, ego, self. Now see, ego word means self. And the word egoist is a person who puts his or her interest first, then others' interest. But the person who is egoist, he is not a selfish one. He is not selfish. He is not selfish. Who is selfish? Someone who focus or try for his or her interest on account of others' disinterest. दूसरे को नुकसान हो और हमको फायदा हो, वहां है सेल्फिशनेस. लेकिन जो ईगोइस्ट है वो कह रहा है दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद की जय करो. वो ये नहीं कह रहा है कि दूसरों की पराजय करो, वो कह रहा है दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद की जय करो. जब प्लेन में बैठते हैं तो एयर होस्टेस कहती है ना कि भैया अपना मास्क पहले लगा लो फिर दूसरों की हेल्प करो, नहीं तो ऐसे ही राम नाम सत्य हो जाएगा. तो ईगोइस्ट इज नॉट अ बैड पर्सन. हमने ये डिस्कस इसलिए किया बिकॉज हमारे नॉर्मल जो डे टू डे लाइफ है उसमें ईगो शब्द जो है वो बहुत नेगेटिवली उसको लिया जाता है कि इसके अंदर बहुत ईगो है. वो गलत यूजेज है. ईगो इज अ वेरी प्योर वर्ड. ईगो मीन्स सेल्फ. ईगो मीन्स सेल्फ. Okay. So let's talk about some more root words. Log or logy, that is related to study. I told you already, biology, logic. Gnosis is related to knowledge. For example, diagnosis, prognosis. What is the difference between diagnosis and prognosis? Diagnosis means analysis of disease. What is prognosis? The future course of disease. For example, if somebody goes to a doctor and the doctor analyzes and says, oh, you have this, out of the symptoms you are having, you have this disease. So coming to that decision that you have this disease is a diagnosis of the disease. But once the doctor will start medication and the doctor will tell you that how you are going to take medicines or the medications and how this disease is going to recover, how you're going to recover from this disease, that is prognosis. You're talking about the future course of medicine or the disease. Soph means knowledge. Philosophy. Philosophy. Philo means love and soph means knowledge. So the word of philosophy means love for knowledge. Sophisticated. Scient. Scient means knowledge or science. So science is the most easiest word which you can relate with science. Scient, science, or omniscient. What is omniscient? Omniscient means someone who knows everything. Who knows everything. And it is generally used for God. It is generally used for God. Omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent, like that. Then we have cogn. Cogn is related to cognition, to know. Cognition means brain activity. When something is related to your brain activity, it is out of your cognition. It is out of your cognition. It is based on logic. It is based on rational. It is based on reasoning. So that is cognition. Is it clear? Let's talk about root words related to speaking and communication. Dict. Dict you can relate to dictation or dictate or verdict. So dictate means to say something. So dict, if you see root word, it means say. Loque means speak. Like eloquent. Eloquent means someone who speaks very fluently, who is a very good speaker. So we say he is an eloquent speaker. Soliloquy. What is soliloquy? Soliloquy is a drama where only one person is there. One person is there and that person is going to deliver all the dialogues. So he or she is alone. That is called soliloquy. Voc is related to vocal or vocation, which is related to voice. Nar is related to narrate or narrative, that is related to tell. Scrib or script is related to write, to describe, to manuscript. So this is how, if you understand the root words, you can relate words. You can relate words, okay? Then we have roots related to seeing and perception. For example, viz is related to vision, to see. Spect, to look. So inspect, perspective. Optic is related to eye. Optical, optician. Scope is related to watch. For example, microscope, telescope. What is the difference between microscope and telescope? Microscope give you the large image of very small objects which are near. Microscope, telescope doing the same thing. But the difference is microscope, that small bacteria is very near to your eye, still you are not able to see. Distance is not a function here. But telescope, you are able to see the faraway objects. Objects are not small, but they are so tiny in terms of their image in your eye because they are very, very far. So you are able to see things which are very, very far, and you see those small looking things large because of telescope. Are you getting that? So scope. Now if you see scope, you have to relate, oh, scope, telescope. Then you will understand the meaning, little bit meaning of the word. Movement and direction. Mort you can relate to motion. Grad you can relate to step, gradual. Port, carry, transport. Peed related to foot. Now you see peed. Now there is a worm called centipede. Maybe in your home or nearby your home you have seen. Centi means 100. Ped means leg. Have you seen that? In Hindi we call it katar. So many legs. It's called centipede. So if you are able to identify the root and its meaning, then you will be able to handle more and more questions in vocabulary. Are you getting this? Vert. Now, vert you can relate convert. Convert means turn. Converts from something to something. So, turning something to something. Is it clear? Are you able to see this? अच्छा, यहां पर एक मजे की कहानी सुनाता हूं तुमको. गेट के लिए मोटिवेशन है, सुनोगे? जैसे वो आजकल चल रहा है ना, क्रिस का सुनेगा गाना, तो मोटिवेशन सुनेगा. एक बार एक कुत्ते ने सेंटीपीड से पूछा कि यार मैं 4 पैरों पे चलता हूं तो मुझे कभी कभी दिक्कत होती है चलने में, तुम 100 पैरों से चलते हो, तुम्हें दिक्कत नहीं होती? अब ये कातर ने भी आज तक नहीं सोचा था, सेंटीपीड ने भी, वो भी अपना बचपन से चल रहा था. लेकिन उसने सोचना शुरू किया कि मैं 100 पैरों से कैसे चल रहा हूं. उसने इतना सोचा कि वो चल ही नहीं पाया. अब सर इसमें गेट का मोटिवेशन क्या है? गेट का मोटिवेशन ये है कि बहुत ओवर थिंकिंग मत करो, एक बेसिक जो स्ट्रक्चर्ड मेहनत है वो करो और खुले मन से जाकर गेट का पेपर दो, काम खत्म. समझ में आ रहा है? किसी बाबा और ज्ञानी के चक्कर में मत पड़ो. वो देखो एक ने सेंटीपीड भेज भी दिया. कितने क्रिएटिव हो यार तुम लोग. तुम लोग को वहां जाना चाहिए. जैसे हॉलीवुड होता है बाहर, बॉलीवुड होता है बॉम्बे में, टॉलीवुड होता है साउथ में, तुम लोग को भोजपुरी में जाना चाहिए. उसका भी कोई वर्ड होता है ना, प्रोक्रेस्टिनेशन. वेरी गुड. रूट्स रिलेटेड टू टाइम एंड ऑर्डर. क्रोनोलॉजी से रिलेट कर लो. टाइम. टेम्प, टेम्पोरेरी, टेम्पोरल, टाइम. प्रिमिटिव, फर्स्ट. पोस्ट मीन्स आफ्टर, प्री मीन्स बिफोर. Dine is related to power. For example, dynamic, dynamite. Potent is related to power. Potent, omnipotent. Omnipotent means someone who has all the power, God. Domin is related to domination, rule. Okay, dominate. Arc is related to architecture, chief. Tyre is related to tyranny. That is ruler. Tyranny or tyrant. Is it clear? Root word beni means good. Mal means bad. You means good. Miss means wrong. Knock means harm. For example, innocent, noxious. Mag related to magnitude, large. Mini, small. Multi, many. Uni, one. Poly, many. Polyglot. Who is a person polyglot? Who knows many languages. Who knows many languages. That person is called polyglot. Okay. There is one more word, polygamy. Okay. What is polygamy? Polygamy means one husband, many wives. That is polygamy. There is one more word, polyandry. Polyandry. It means one wife, many husbands. Okay. One wife, many husbands. Are you getting this? एक आदमी पूछ रहा है क्या चल रहा है. आधार कार्ड बन रहा है भाई, यहां पर बनवा लो. आधार कार्ड बनवाओगे अपना? सामने लिखा हुआ है गेट 2026 कंप्लीट वर्बल एप्टीट्यूड. ये भाई साहब पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई क्या चल रहा है यहां पर. ठीक है, चलो. Path is related to feeling. For example, sympathy, apathy. Apathy means not liking someone. Apathy for someone or something. Not liking. There is one more word here, indifferent. If someone is indifferent, it means not having interest in that person or thing. Okay. Phil is related to philosophy or philanthropist, so love. Phobe is related to fear. Erratic is related to anger, for example, irascible. Okay. So roots related to nature and science. Geo is related to earth. Hydro is related to water. Thermo is related to heat. Astro is related to star or the space. Aero is related to air. Most of the words you must be getting that. Okay? Then we have some root words related to form and structure. For example, form, transform, reform, related to shape. Struct is related to build, construct, structure. Morph means related to form. Morphology, science of shapes, forms. Amorphous, which does not have a definite shape. Type is related to model. For example, prototype, typical. So just try to relate the root word, but please, if you are not very sure, then it is going to be a problem for you. Because forcefully you cannot relate a word. You have to practice it little more. Okay, then only you can do this. So at least whatever we are discussing, at least that much you can do. Jur is related to law, justice, jurisdiction. Civ is related to citizen, civic, civilization. Polit is related to state, polity, politics. Leg is related to law, legal, legislature. Okay. Let me give you one example that how you are going to use the root words in the exam. Break the word, identify the root word meaning, check the prefix, suffix, and match with the sentence context. For example, if you are having this word infatigable, you don't know the meaning of this word, how to divide it into different parts. In means not, D means away, fatigue means tired. So someone who is never tired, someone who is never tired is called indefatigable. You have to practice it. Okay, how much time is remaining? Little bit practice you have to do, then only you will be able to use it. It's not that just one go you attend the session and directly you are able to handle this. Is it clear? So let's go for some questions related to synonym and antonyms. Synonym of abundant. Abundant means something more than what is required. Abundance, more than what is required. That is abundance. You have to, synonym means similar meaning, same meaning. So it is plentiful. Be plentiful. Antonym of transparent. Transparent means which is clear to see through. Which is clear to see through. Opposite is opaque. Opaque, which is not, you cannot see across. Okay, which from where you cannot see across. Synonym of meticulous. Meticulous means someone who keep or who is vigilant even for smallest detail. Okay, so that person we are saying meticulous. Okay, so synonym of meticulous is precise. Okay. Antonym of benevolent. See the root word beni. Beni means good. So you have to see opposite means bad. So what could be the bad one? Malicious. Generous is a person who can give money without any thinking. If he is having 100 rupees, he is a generous person, he will give 100 rupees. He is having 10 lakh rupees, he will give 10 lakh rupees. Beta, it is the combination of PYQs and practice questions. Okay. Are you getting this? Okay. Synonym of imminent. Imminent means something which is about to happen. So something impending. Impending means very soon something is going to happen. Impending. Antonym of concise. Concise means very limited in terms of its spread. So antonym is concise is verbose, using too many words. Synonym of frugal. See, frugal means someone which is spending money with very, very much care. Okay, it's it is just the opposite of generous, you can say, opposite of generous. So the synonym is thrifty. There is one word called spendthrift. A person is a spendthrift if he spends after lot of analysis. He is not readily spending money. Okay. Extravagant is the opposite of this. Extravagant. Extravagant means दोनों हाथों से खोल के खर्चा करना. ठीक है? Are you getting this? Antonym of hostile. Hostile means someone who is harmful, someone who is opposite. So antonym is friendly. Candid. Candid means as it is. As it is. Without any cover, without any superficial mixing. As it is, how it is represented. That is why we have candid chat. Okay, candid chat means without any mixing, without any script. So this is candid means honest. Deceitful means having some malicious intentions. Antonym of optimist. Optimistic is a person who always thinks that something good will happen ultimately. Pessimist is a person who always thinks that even if he is in a very good situation, he will think something bad is going to happen. If he is having 10 crore rupees, still he is not happy because he will think that he will spend these 10 crore rupees or somebody will snatch. Synonym of resilient. Resilient means something which is able to recover from a damaging situation. Okay? If somebody punches me, I'm able to handle myself like this and I will to stand again, then I have resilience. So the synonym of resilience is flexible. Flexible. Antonym of obscure. Obscure means something which is not clear, uncertain. Okay, so opposite is C, clear. Synonym of erudite. Erudite is a person who is very learned. Very learned, having a lot of knowledge. Erudite person. So synonym is scholarly. Scholarly. Rigid, flexible. Rigid, flexible. Apathetic. Apathetic means apathy. What is the root word? Apathy. So lacking interest. Lacking interest. Okay. So synonym is indifferent. I told you this word earlier also. Anonym of scarcity. Scarcity opposite is abundance. Synonym of prudent. Prudent is a person who takes a decision very wisely, who can see the future. That person is prudent. Okay, that person is prudent. So C, wise is the correct one. Ability to see future. Not astrology. And take right decision. Take right decision. In terms of decision making, I am saying it's not astrology. Okay. Vulnerable is someone who is not able to handle the given situation and is going to collapse. Okay. If a little bit pressure you give, they will collapse. So opposite is secure. Opposite is secure. Ambiguous, not having clarity. So synonym is vague, not clear. Lenient is a person is not very strong-hearted. It means when you are softly treating someone in a particular issue or softly treating the issue, so you are being lenient. Antonym is strict. Analogies. So this is the last one. Analogy, I hope you understand. What do we mean when we say analogy? This is the last one. This is the last type which we are discussing. Okay. Analogy, you understand. what they will do, they will give you 3 words like this, and this is not given. Now you have to identify this word. This type of questions we call as analogies. It means you have to identify the relation between A and B, and the same relation you have to establish and try to decode what could be the possible answer. That is called analogy. That is called analogy. Is it clear? How to solve the related questions? The first step is to identify the relation between them. How A is related to B. Now the common relationships are, they may be synonyms, they may be antonyms, they may be part and whole, they may be cause and effect, they may be function and object, they may be degree and intensity, they may be tool and user, they may be material and product. We'll see the examples also. Okay. For example, doctor, hospital, how they are related? Doctor is the profession, hospital is the workplace. So this is how you have to relate. Okay. Different types of relations you can establish. Once you establish the relation, the direction of the relation is also very important. In analogy, direction is also important. Memes for fun, you're right. Okay. For example, if you are saying forest, tree. So what is forest? Forest is the complete one and tree is just one part of it. So many trees together, they become forest. Are you getting this? Is it clear? Check the grammar and category consistency. There is a possibility that maybe the relation is related to in terms of grammar or maybe the category. Maybe whether it is a noun or verb, whether it is living, non-living, whether it is abstract or concrete. For example, adject honest and integrity. Okay. So honest, being honest is an adjective. Okay. Honest and integrity, how they are related? Actually, they are the two faces of the same coin. Two faces of the same coin. So you have to find the relation and see the direction also. Okay. When you try to identify the relation, don't just go by the bookish meaning of the word, and you have to see the context, that how that relation is going to be established. For example, bark and tree. Now bark is the skin of the tree. So it's not the dog is barking, just to give you one example. So context is going to be important. Eliminating the options is also one important tool to solve questions related to analogy. Reverse engineering you have to do. Okay. Hidden relationships. Sometimes what you see as the relation, which looks quite easy, that is not easily identifiable in the options. The reason is that you are actually taking the superficial meaning, not the actual meaning, hidden relationship. Okay. For example, common hidden patterns. Suppose it's about the degree. For example, warm and hot. Warm means some temperature is there, but it's not very high temperature. Hot means more temperature. Process, caterpillar, butterfly. So butterfly becomes butterfly out of a caterpillar. So there is a process. Cause, virus, disease. This disease is caused by this virus. Symbol, dove, peace. Now dove is a symbol of peace. So this is how you can establish relations. Yes. Yes, less intense, more intense. Correct. Type of abstract relationships. If it is quality, for example, brave and courage. Brave and courage. Okay. Emotion, anger and rage. Action, speak or speech. State, sleep and dream. Very frequently asked in examinations. Sometimes the relation is singular and plural mismatch, because of which the options may be wrong. For example, sheep is related to flock, not flocks. I told you. Actually, it should be herd. Herd of sheep, not flock. Okay, this is wrong. Flock we are using for birds, flock of birds. This is wrong. Okay, so you have to be very careful for the establishing the relation. Okay. Anyways, let us see some questions if we have. Then you will understand. This question, doctor, hospital. So doctor works in the hospital. So teacher works in the school. Knife, cut. You are using knife to make a cut. You are using pen to write a document. C. Bird used to live in nest. Lion used to live in den. वो जो गुफा होती है ना उसमें. Are you getting that? Honesty, integrity. Honesty is important to have integrity, you can say. Two faces of the coin. Similarly, bravery and courage. You have to be brave to be courageous. What is the difference between brave and courage? Courageous person does not necessarily mean the physical strength. Gandhiji was a courageous person. Gandhiji was not having big muscles like Salman Khan. I'm just giving you one example. But he was courageous in terms, he was able to challenge the most powerful power in the world, that is the British Empire. The British Empire. Are you getting this? Being courageous. Brave we are using generally in sense of physical strength. Brave. Two people are fighting. One is lost, one wins the game. So there we talk about bravery. But courage is a very higher set of value. Courage is a very higher set of bravery. No. Bravery you can relate to jigra. Courage is even higher from this word jigra. Car is going to be parked in the garage. Ship is going to be parked in the dock. Caterpillar becomes butterfly. Tadpole becomes frog. Tadpole becomes frog. Fire gives smoke. Fire gives smoke. Rain gives rainbow. Fire gives smoke. Rain gives rainbow. Author writes a book. Painter paints the painting. Fingers are attached to hand and toe is attached to foot. Okay. Poverty leads to hunger. Poverty leads to hunger. Wealth leads to comfort. Okay. Now here some people might get confused in luxury also. Okay. But hunger, you have to see, hunger is much more reflecting towards comfort. Not just luxury. Not just luxury. Okay. Are you getting this? Lock is opened by the key. So question is solved by answer. Are you getting that? Coward, a person who is coward, he always have fear. Person who is hero has the courage. Has the courage. I see. You see through your eyes. You hear from your ear. In winters, the temperatures are cold. In summer, the temperatures, you're having heat. Book have pages, tree has leaves. Very simple, very easy. Speech is made of words. Music is made of notes. Judge used to sit in the court. Doctor used to sit in the hospital. Pen is used by the writer. Brush is used by the painter. Clock gives you time. Thermometer gives you temperature. Very easy questions. So this is all from my side for your part verbal ability. Okay. So before I leave, I have some surprise for you. Some surprise for you. And that is all the best. All the best. So thank you so much for joining me live in the discussion. I hope you enjoyed the session, you learned something, and you have got some confidence. गेट में भी इजी आएगा, परेशान मत हो, डिफिकल्ट नहीं आएगा. डिफिकल्ट आएगा तो करना नहीं, टाइम मत वेस्ट करना. तुमको नहीं आ रहा होगा तो बगल वाले को भी नहीं आ रहा होगा. वोकैबुलरी की यही तो अच्छी बात है, सबको नहीं आता है, सबको नहीं आता है. So thank you so much for giving me your precious time. I hope I have made it fruitful for you. Maybe whatever efforts we have put, finally they are going to be translated into marks in your real examination. Just focus on your studies, be as natural as you can, and be yourself and give it your 100%. Next, you will get success. This is all from my side. Let us meet in the next session when we are going to discuss some more interesting concepts for your preparation. Till then, goodbye. Take care. All the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let me wait. Some people are asking questions. If you don't know the meaning of the word, then how you are going to relate the word? Not possible. And don't waste your time on that question. Okay? Don't waste your time on that question. See what you have to do. Start your paper with non-technical part. Why? Because somewhere around 15 marks you have. 15 marks is a big game. If you start with technical is going to take a lot of time because you have so many questions from technical. Okay? 13 marks math, somewhere 15 marks aptitude. Aptitude questions, you are very clear that whether you are able to solve them or not, whether you can get the right answer or not, you are 100% sure about it. So within moments you will be able to do the questions. Also, aptitude questions, it is always suggested that when your mind is pretty fresh, because out of the box you have to think. Technical, lot of things you have studied, you know the formula, you know the logic, you know so many things, but aptitude, maybe out of the box you have to think. So always do aptitude portion and the verbal part first. It will take very less time. After that, jump to the technical part. Okay? So if you are having even iota of doubt, don't take the risk in the gate examination because the penalty is very high. It is 1/3 negative. The person who is able to do 40-45 questions with 100% accuracy is going to have a very better marks in comparison to that candidate who has done 50-55 questions and he or she is getting very negatives. I hope you are getting this. So it's all about that how accurately you handle the question paper. That is very, very important, and that can only happen if you are going with a fresh mindset. You don't have any prejudice in your mind, and you are giving your 100% in the examination. It should not be partial. It should not be partial. So this is all from my side, friends. Let us meet in the next session when we are going to discuss some more interesting concepts. Till then, goodbye. Take care. All the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.